Storm of Blood, where? Hello, welcome. It's time for Final Fantasy XIV. It's the one that is the 14th one, I guess. The MMO RPG. Welcome. There's a handful of new things happening on the intermission screen here, but that's not terribly important. And Ogre Battle 64 can be quiet again for a second. For a while. Also, hey, how about that Nintendo Direct that just happened? That sure did happen. Anyway. Going to remember the chat cover. Yeah, the starting screen and BRB scenes are getting fancier. Because it's fun to make fancy stuff. Mystery has color now. Anyway, where is the chat cover? There it is. I'm very cool. Ah, shucks. Oh, geez, I activated my orchestrion through the wall by mistake. Anyway. No, not that one. This one. There we are. Hello. Welcome. Sucro's in her apartment because I started the stream a bit late and I didn't have time to get to somewhere more relevant. But that's fine. There's also a friend present. Hello, Salt and Pepper Seal. Good friend. If you haven't seen Sucro's apartment before, I'll look around it very, very briefly again. This has like 84 or 85 out of the possible 100 things you can place in it, and I don't have any other ideas. I also don't know what I would do if I got an actual house. By the way, the shark has a carbuncle, because it's a sharkinist. I think I explained that last time. Anyway. Lies, damn lies, and pirates. All three of those things and more, today on Final Fantasy XIV. Is the volume of the game at full? I must check. No. There it is. There's the volume. So I think we're gonna get, like, someone just spawned here. Anyway, I think we're going to, end up somewhere interesting pretty quick, probably. And also, hang on, I just need to BRB for one more second, actually. Hold on. Okay, there's something I just always forget to do right before stream that takes like half a minute, less than that. Where are we going exactly? Probably up, actually. Yep. So, how's everyone doing? We had a big old fancy Nintendo Direct today. I actually recorded reactions to it for the first time. I've never done a reaction thing before. I edited that together. So there's some subdued and not outrageous reactions to some of the things in that Direct that you will be able to view later if you want. Neat. I found Eureka. The PC port of Etrian Odyssey has what? De Nuvo? I think Rika's got the Ironworks stuff, outfit-wise. And here's story character. Hello. Vilbrand was always Y'shtola's domain. I haven't spent much time here, to be honest. I spoke with Urianger and Thancred along the way. To say they were surprised by our stratagem would be something of an understatement, but they did not dispute its logic. Fair enough. Oh hey, another friend is here. With knives. Hello, Karma. Tataru should be here any moment with our ship's captain. So we're going by sea after all. Is Merlva lending us our pick of the Crimson Fleet? Not exactly. You are right, in as much as we will be traveling by sea. Regrettably, it's simply not feasible for an airship to travel such a distance without impossibly large fuel reserves. To say nothing of the inevitability of running afoul of the Empire's aerial defenses. But then it's equally infeasible to sail an Eorzean Alliance vessel halfway around the world without the Empire taking notice. Which leaves us with only one other option. Ah, speak of the devil. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I present to you Captain Carvalane of the Kraken's Arms. The Kraken's Arms? Don't tell me you made a deal with pirates. Greetings and salutations, Scions. I take it from your comrade's tone that you no longer wish to proceed with our proposed arrangement? Not at all, Captain. Pray forgive my sister her outburst. She's ever been one to speak her mind. I, on the other hand, am the very soul of discretion, as many well-respected personages would attest. From the offices of the Admiral to the high houses of Ishgard. Ah, but where was I? Ah yes, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn do indeed still wish to employ your services. However, it's important that you're aware of certain extenuating circumstances. Alphino explains. And intent on securing passage to the Far East, you came to us, knowing us to be the proud purveyors of said region's finest spices, which you steal from God-fearing merchants out on the high seas. Whatever privateering the Kraken's Arms may or may not engage in is strictly within the limits of the law as set forth by an indefatigable keeper of the peace. More to the point, we are pragmatists. I see considerable risk in aiding your cause and negligible profit. You said the word profit next to Tataru. Well, I, for one, think the captain has a point. The five seas can be extremely treacherous, and many a poor, unfortunate soul has come to grief out there on the waves. Why, when we were in Ishgard, I heard the tragical tale of how the heir to House Durandare vanished at sea. Even now, nearly 20 years later, the poor count remains convinced that his son still lives, and would pay as Sultan's ransom for news of his whereabouts. Tataru. By the way, Carvalane is that son. This also comes up in the Firmament, or not. Yeah, I said Carvalane. I thought I said Tataru was for a second. This also comes up in the Firmament questline. Hehehe. Evil scheming face. Ha 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 ha. Truly a tragedy for the ages, and a testament to the misfortunes that may befall us should we act without due consideration. But so long as you're prepared to abide the capricious whims of fate, I'm willing to oblige you this once. That said, in light of the recent rebellion, I trust you understand that I cannot deliver you to Doma itself. I can take you only as far as Kugane in Hingashi. We will require time to procure sufficient provisions and make ready for departure. I humbly suggest you do the same. Various shrugging. The Invisible Manderville. Very powerful. The poor little boy had only seen 14 summers when he left Ishgard. Can you imagine what it must have felt like to finally be free to explore the world, unbeholden to all the stuffy traditions of the Holy See? Such a shame that he never returned home. Without him, the Count de Durandare must look elsewhere for a successor, and the good Lord Jean Quinard is one step closer to being the next in line. Oh no, that's dangerous. Blackmail, is it? This is a dangerous game the two of them are playing. What guarantee do we have that Carveline won't just throw us overboard? I'm not sure what just happened. I could have sworn he was about to turn us away, but then he changed his mind? Yep, that's basically how it worked. Suddenly, all those hours Tataru passed cavorting and capering at the Forgotten Night seem rather better spent, do they not? That said, I'd intended to press the point more obliquely, and there was something disconcerting about the pleasure Tataru took in making Captain Carveline squirm. Something disconcerting about Tataru? Never. I feel like I just saw Karma teleport at like 5,000 miles per hour for some reason, just very briefly, and I got distracted by that. I say we should heed the captain's advice and attend to our own preparations whilst they ready the vessel for departure. Tataru and I will procure the necessary supplies. Alize, I should be grateful if you would use the time to brief Urianger on recent developments. You may also wish to review the relevant safety procedures in the event of an emergency at sea. How very prudent of you. Very well, I shall go and speak with him. What of Sucro and Lys? I would like the two of you to return to Revenant's Toll and speak with our Doman allies. I fear we know too little of their homeland, and any information they can provide us would be most welcome. When we've completed our respective tasks, we will reconvene here at the ferry docks. Agreed? Does Ninja have like a teleport? Oh yeah, they do, don't they? I keep seeing like the names zip around extremely fast. I forget what it's called. Sounds like a plan. Let's go, Sucro. I saw that arm's length. The text appeared through the wall. Anyway, to Revenant's Toll. I heard that funny rabbit being summoned with like a billion mudra inputs. Ninjas are a silly class. Job. Capable of many shenanigans. Where... Oh no, I can't wear that yet. I did it. Anyway. Well, here we are. We'll need to talk to lots of people, so I think we should split up. I'll ask around the House of Splendors. You take the Rising Stones. I'll meet you here after. Got it? True mastery of the bunny spell is something you can't attain easily. Greetings, Sucro. What brings you to the toll this day? I'm gonna go to Doma and fuck some shit up. What? You're for Doma? Heavens. You scions have shown us naught but kindness, but never in my wildest dreams did I imagine you would fight for our homeland. For 25 years we suffered under their tyranny, and then we spied an opportunity. The Emperor dead, Garlemald in chaos. It seemed the time was ripe. Beneath our Lord's banners we gathered, and fought to reclaim our nation. But when Xenos arrived with the 12th Legion, it was over in an instant. What is it, my friend? You look as though you have something to ask. I'm gonna go to Doma. That you go to join Yugiri and Gosetsu in the fight fills me with such joy. Forgive my exuberance. You require information, yes? We of the Nagai clan, Nagai probably, have served Doma faithfully for generations. My ancestors held positions within Doma Castle even. Now it's home to the Imperial Viceroy's witch and our host of men and Magitech. To think that what was once the shining symbol of our heritage and the seat of our dear Lord Kayan has become a den for Garlean dogs. You are truly planning to travel to Doma? I do not know what to say. Forgive me, I shall aid you to the best of my ability. Ours is a beautiful land, nestled on the eastern coast of Othard. Along the banks of the one river, our nation thrived, proud and free, until the Garleans came 25 years ago. The river was our lifeblood, free to travel and to fish, but travel was soon restricted, and now the river belongs to none. Gonna go beat up Garlemald because they're being a butt. Yeah. That's the short version. There you are. Learn anything interesting? The older Domans I spoke with tried to teach me all about Far Eastern customs and the importance of formality and politeness. I'd like to think Eorzeans can be just as stiff and stuffy as anyone, especially Ishgardians, but anyway, did you know they eat with sticks? It wasn't all that hard, actually, or at least that's what I thought, until they told me I was holding them wrong. And then when I spoke with the younger Domans, they just rolled their eyes and told me it was all a load of stupid old... Huh? I learned actually useful information. Wow, what you learned sounds a lot more useful. Unless someone invites us for dinner, of course. I hope they do. I mean, politeness and courtesy and how to use chopsticks are all plenty important, but they're not directly important to our cause, specifically. Not without incident. I'm sure this will go without incident. It's fine. Right, no point waiting around here, is there? We should head back to Limsa. Alphino said to meet at the ferry docks, I think. Lest you misunderstand me, I don't mean to downplay the importance of etiquette and also chopsticks. I simply mean that they're not directly relevant to the mission. And the mission takes priority, or something. I don't know why I forgot that you can teleport to this end of Limsa again. So unfortunately we have to exist in Limsa for a second. Hello, Rika. Sometimes you just gotta exist in Limsa. And hey, who could these two individuals be, I wonder? They're both very talented people. I don't know if I should invite you to the party now or like wait a second. Because I feel like I think I get thrown into like a tiny instance, but like spoilers. Times like this, I'm glad we've got Tataru taking care of business. A serviette of sumptuous foods, wondrous sundries, plenty of clean undergarments. Yes, I do believe we have everything we need for a lengthy voyage. An army marches on its stomach. Tataru took that lesson to heart. Tataru is secretly the most powerful scion. You are returned, Sucro. I trust you learned much from our Doman friends in Revenant's Toll. I'm eager to hear all, though that can wait until we have left port. We will have enough time to talk on our journey to Kugane. Our spice trading friends have completed their preparations. Assuming you've completed yours, you may inform the deckhand that we're ready to depart. All set, lass? I'll see to the ship if so. Board the Misery? Oh, boy, I heard that ship loves company, so it's a good thing we're going on this voyage as a big ol' group.
Twelve be praised. Full sure was I that I had come too late.
Urianger! Tell me you haven't come all this way just to see us off.
What's up, Urianger?
Nay, my lady. Ere you quit these shores for eastern climes, I wished to share some words of seeming import.
Okay.
Look ye where the sun doth rise. See crimson embers, darkening skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall. See azure lost amidst the squall.
Okay.
Well, that sounds suitably foreboding. Another one of your prophecies, I presume?
Thanks, Urianger.
Of far eastern origin, aye. It is mine earnest hope that this ancient wisdom may serve to guide you on your journey. For what dangers lie in wait for you upon those distant shores are yet beyond my knowing.
It's a pretty vague prophecy, all things considered.
A parting gift befitting your roundabout ways. Thank you.
I've already forgotten what you said.
I have more than words for you, my lady.
Oh, okay. I have giveth thou thee thy this cool sword.
It's beautiful. Is it for me?
I failed that attempt at Urianger speak. Rolled a 1 on that one. Yeah. Here's a cool sword.
Undeniably powerful, your ethereal blade taxeth you greatly in the wielding. Not so this rapier, which shall serve you just as well against all but the most formidable foe.
Impressive. It feels as though it's attuned to my ether. I shall treasure it.
Honored guests, say your farewells, for the moment of our parting draws nigh. A fair wind blows, and I mean to follow it.
It would seem our ship is set to sail. Pray give my regards to Thancred and the others, and take care.
You can see here that part of the rapier is separated from the rest of it. That's because Red Mage. That's the crystal. Spoiler, she's Red Mage. This ship has a lot of funny arms on the front. The Kraken's arms, I guess. Urianger not even looking at the boat as it leaves. What are you looking at? Map. We are going this way. Uh-oh. Looks like we're sailing towards a whirlpool. But I was promised there'd be no incident.
A fine day, is it not? Fair winds and following seas. The Misery is enjoying herself. Nevertheless, it would not do for you to spend the entirety of our voyage above deck. Let me show you to your quarters.
Given the distance we sailed, I thought it was implied that this wasn't like the first day of the journey that we're being shown. Which in turn seems to imply that Sucro had just been standing in that spot on the deck for multiple days. Also, this area here was used, I believe, in one of the intros of 1.0. I remember this specific...
Is it supposed to do that?
No, I
Not
remember...
under normal circumstances.
I remember this specific below deck screen. So that's fun. I remember this because... Do I have... Yeah. You wake up in this place at some point. I have an ancient picture of one of my original characters waking up below decks. There she is. She's also a cat. You can't tell at all from this picture that this is the same area, but trust me on that one. Anyway. I'm a little sad I don't have any of my 1.0 characters actually, like, surviving, but yeah.
Captain! You're needed on deck! Something queer's afoot. The winds died down, the waters went still, and all of a sudden, we were dragged off course.
Hey, that sounds kind of like a different event and a different Final Fantasy a little bit.
Dragged?
Indeed.
By what?
Can't rightly say, sir. But some of the lads are muttering about seeing things in the water. Things that shouldn't be there.
Oh, for the love of... If you will excuse me a moment.
Me too, by the way.
Actually, might I persuade you to join me? Loath though I am to admit it, I have a bad feeling about this.
Nod. This seems fine. What's the weather? Wind. Yeah, that's normal. Everyone loves wind. That's my favorite weather. One of the first things I did when I first played Stormblood was immediately run up over here. I'm a cat! That's how that part of the Titanic goes, right? Probably. Near or far, wherever you are. I don't remember any of the other lyrics, and I've never actually seen that movie. But here's a cat on a boat. Hooray! Alright. What's going on over here? This ain't right. This ain't right at all. Odd. Most odd. Well, do you have any idea what's going on? No, as the man said, despite the absence of wind and current, the misery is somehow being pulled off course. Well, why not fire up the cerulean engines you have hidden below? An excellent suggestion based on knowledge you should not have. Alas, our engines appear to be malfunctioning for reasons that escape my engineers at present. I'm telling you, Captain, it's the things the lads saw. Things? I don't suppose I could convince you to attempt something more descriptive, an adjective, for example. Alphino is gaining sass points due to proximity to other people with sass points. Seawolf superstitions and fairy tales, not more. But if you must know, the things, which he's so reticent to name, are the souls of deceased women said to lure sailors to their deaths. Preposterous! Yes, indeed. If it's neither the sea nor the weather which is responsible, then it's probably a predatory entity of some sort, perhaps a siren or some such. For all we know, it could be a fellow spice trader employing magics to seize and plunder passing vessels. Regardless, we have but one recourse, to let the current take us where it will and deal with whatever we find there. Nod. Nod. Nod, parentheses reluctant. Nod. What a thoroughly pragmatic suggestion. Oh, I'm beginning to like you, girl. I assure you the feeling is not mutual. Once we arrive at our destination, be it a vessel or an island or something else, Lise and I will remain with the ship to defend it in case of attack, because they haven't added duty support to this mission yet. Suker, I believe you would be the ideal choice to venture forth and deal with the cause of our troubles, with 3 other people that are suddenly on the boat. Nod. Determined. Nod. Then it's settled. I know not what awaits us, but it will rue the day it reeled us in. Alphino, you can go below decks and be afraid of ghosts. The Siren Song Sea is now accessible. So I guess duty support whenever that happens would be these 3, right? Or maybe Carvalane? Carvalane's probably the tank, actually. Because I can't see any of these people tanking. Fiery one, Alize, was it? 'Tis a pity she holds our profession in such disdain. She would make an excellent pirate. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm calm and collected as ever. Carry on. Alphino was terrified of ghost stories as a child. Glad to see that some things never change. I'll make sure Tataru stays below deck until we know it's safe. Maybe Tataru's the tank. Anyways. Time for me to tank, with assistance from Karma and Aya. NPC party support will be added for the Siren Song Sea in a future. This means, I guess, we have a 4th person who is unknown. I'll race you to the end of the ship. Queue time. I did it. Okay. The party is being restructured slightly. Alright, time for me to pull the whole dungeon. As much as possible, because that's literally just how you play the video game. The Siren Song Sea. In the land of question marks. Well, those are certainly a creature. We are here also. More of them, confound it! Hey. I really wish I had Fated Circle. I would love to be able to spend my cartridges on an attack that hits multiple enemies. But I'll get it eventually. Island dead ahead. All hands brace for impact. We appear to have reached our destination. It seems our random DPS is reflection of Carl is somewhat eager to proceed quickly through the dungeon. I don't think I can proceed past this group yet. If I remember, that doesn't look like you can walk down. Lugat. Very well. Shouldn't have used that yet. It's fine now. My rotation is all messed up because I was using some of it. Hooray. must collect all treasure. Birds! The most evil creature of all is here, the albatross. Question mark. Our mystery extra party member has Sucro's voice. Okay, we can't go there. We're always playing Mario 2. That's the secret of life. And by that I mean everything is really just a dream. I can't believe I'm winning so many treasures. Just kidding, I absolutely can't. Having already named a million enemies skeleton, at this point probably, these skeletons are called skinless, which is quite something. The governor. I sort of remember you having a mechanic or something. Probably. Oh, those aren't actually ads. All right. This dungeon definitely feels easier than it used to be, but I guess that's the case for any dungeon because of how item level works. First use of Super Bolide. On purpose. We can leave that treasure behind. Or not. Our machinist is very impatient, I think. Here it is. Time for the Stormblood boss fight theme. Finally. Oh no. The classic. Morbid advance. That makes me run forward, so I turned away. Blood. There it is. Love to hear it. Morbid advance. Oh no, I thought I was turned slightly to the right. Oh, okay, it worked out. Morbid retreat. That's gonna be fine for me. No problem. Oh, that's a problem. A little bit. Not too bad. Ta-da! There we go. Not bad. And I won. And I won! We have solved the boat. I won again! I won so many times. The victory theme just kept happening. I'll bet one gil that machinist did not commend anybody and left as soon as physically possible. They were hasty, I will say. I think I did good at tanking, though. Reminder that I'm not used to tanking, exactly. Oh, you got a commend. Interesting.
Thank the 12!
I tend to commend DPS a lot. So how was my tanking?
Everything here would appear to be in order.
Did I do good?
Good. Repairs should be completed by the time we return to the Misery, whereupon we shall resume our journey without further delay.
I swear,
Yay.
if I never hear another ghost story, it will be too soon.
You better start believing in ghost stories, Alphino. You're in one. Anyway. I think Alphino actually believed in ghost stories, like, already, so that wasn't really the issue. Anyway, no further incidents. I guess that was pretty close to Limsa that happened. Is that good? Does that mean we got there? The boat is ringing. Can somebody answer that?
I remember the sea, the smell of the salt, and the crash of the waves as we drew closer to Kugane.
Tataru narration?
only port open to outsiders in Hingashi, across the Ruby Sea from Othard, from Doma.
Yes, good, thank you. Oh, Lise.
All
Whoops.
the colors of the rainbow, all the peoples of the world, all in one place. I wish you could have seen it.
Yeah, definitely Lise. I didn't realize they had kind of similar voices when they're, like, being relatively subdued. Strange, is it just me or is the ground swaying? That's called boat effects. Everyone knows it. By the 12, I've never been happier to be back on terra firma. Our voyage has instilled in me a new appreciation for surfaces which do not move of their own accord. It's very colorful, is it not? I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. I suppose I should probably exit the party for now. Congratulations! You now stand in Kugane, the western port of Hingashi. Regrettably, the only port in this nation open to foreign trade. Oh, and I do apologize for the unforeseen difficulties which befell us during our journey. Needless to say, your assistance in overcoming them was much appreciated. Here's some materia. Incidentally speaking, Survivor of the Song. Neat. Stop selecting that, controller. Anyway. So, here we are in Kugane. It's a pretty cool place. Myriad delights await you should you elect to explore and experience, assuming you're sufficiently open-minded, that is. I, alas, cannot afford to linger. I get the feeling you're talking about stuff that I don't care for. Anyway. Glad though I am to have arrived, I would remind you all that we are far from home, with limited resources at our disposal. Duly noted, brother. I shall take care not to enjoy myself. In any event, Doma is our final destination, and our first order of business should be to secure passage there. Captain Carvalhain, I realize you pledged only to take us as far as Kugane, and I have no desire to change the terms of our agreement. I should, however, be interested to know how you would go about reaching Othard were you in our position. At the risk of stating the obvious, you are in a port. Surely there's a kind and generous soul here who will aid you for the right price. You cannot be the first travelers seeking passage to Doma. The captain makes a good point. 'Tis like that Yugiri and Gosetsu were forced to come here for the selfsame reasons we were. They must have found a way to Othard, assuming they're not still in the city. Ere we seek passage, mayhap we should first seek our friends. Leave it to me, Alphino. Making friendly inquiries is my specialty. Lest you forget, I got plenty of practice in Ishgard. Captain Carvalhain, could you direct us to the nearest tavern? Desperate for a drink, are we? You may find one in that large building just beyond the pier. Whether your journeys have come to an end or are about to begin, the Shiokaze hostelry is an ideal place to rest, relax, and reflect. Or so they say. And with that, my dear scions, I bid you farewell. As soon as we have replenished our supplies, we must away. Ours was ever a fast-moving business. The spice trade, you mean? But of course, surely you did not think I traveled halfway around the world and delivered you to your destination solely out of the kindness of my heart. Perish the thought. Thank you, Captain, and may the Navigator watch over and keep you. Bow. Various waving. Right then, to the hostelry? After you. It's a building. You may have briefly spotted a creature.
By the 12. I thought Ishgard remarkable, but this... We are certainly not in Eorzea anymore.
A tavern is a tavern, Alphino, here or anywhere else. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time to do what I do best.
Tataru has gained like 5 million confidence points over the course of the story so far.
Oh, 1,000 pardons, my lady. The signs of the 7th dawn, I presume. I hope your voyage was not too trying.
This guy.
And you are?
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me. Hancock of the East Aldenard Trading Company, at your service. On behalf of Chairman Lolorito, I bid you welcome to Kugani and invite you to take refreshments at our local offices.
Quite a
Lolorito?
bastard from what I remember, yeah.
I was aware his interests extended beyond the borders of Eorzea, but not so far as Kagane.
Lolorito is interested in money. Money is a lot of places.
Regardless, I am disinclined to accept the hospitality of grinning merchants, especially those who serve a master with whom we have such a difficult relationship.
My, such naked suspicion. I do hope that business with the Crystal Braves did not rob you of all faith in your fellow man. Or do you really think the chairman is plotting to drag you into another one of his grand schemes?
Seems plausible to me.
I beg your pardon? If you are trying to win my trust, you are failing quite spectacularly.
Oh dear, have I offended you? Once again, I must apologize. Too much time in the Far East, you see. One is compelled to talk in circles round everything here, and one finds oneself longing for the invigoratingly candid speech of the Uldan markets. Though I see now that this was neither the time nor the place to indulge said longing.
I really appreciate the grumpy Tataru standing behind Hancock here. Just glaring at him.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation at the company offices? Too many eyes and ears here, you understand. 'Twould be decidedly reckless to say any more.
Now slightly zoomed in, still glaring.
If I may favor you with the invigorating candy you apparently crave, it would be decidedly reckless to follow a man I neither know nor trust. Give me one good reason why we should accept Lord Lolorito's invitation.
I can give you some, Alphino. We have weapons and he doesn't.
Now there's the young diplomat I was told to expect. Very well then, I shall explain. You understand that you are come to a most reclusive and secretive nation, yes? One whose borders are closed to foreign trade save at this single port. Then it should come as no surprise that a great many parties have vested interests here. Merchants like myself are a given, of course, but for every one of us, you may be certain there is also an agent of a foreign government. Many notable nations and empires have embassies here, you know, including, of course, the Garlean Empire, with whom you have such a difficult relationship.
Turtle person spotted. Hello to the turtle.
To paraphrase, Kugani is teeming with Imperial spies, one or several of whom could now be listening to our every word.
Correct.
Something to that effect, yes. Beneath this veneer of bustling trade, a war for supremacy is being waged between world powers. One might say we were standing on the front lines, just not in public.
I still have my doubts, but he may have a point. I say we accept his invitation for now.
Reiterating that we have many weapons we can we can use against a suspicious individual were he to betray our trust. Apparently, Sucro is quick to violence, according to my train of logic here. I don't trust him one bit, and neither should you. I don't, it's fine. Forgive me, the mere mention of the East Aldenard Trading Company is enough to... I'm fine, truly, you need not worry. I dare say Alphino has met his match. So there are Imperial spies everywhere? Great, just great. And you must be Sucro Funk, Slayer of Gods, Rider of Dragons, Savior of Ishgard, Stealer of Pants, and some of the more puzzling rumors are to be believed. I have never stolen pants in my life. Sir. I do remember this line, but I object to it. Sucro just nodded, though. I knew it. May I say what an honor and a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance, my lady. I just know you and I are going to get along famously. Now then, without further ado, allow me to escort you to the company offices. This being your first visit to our fair city, I shall make an effort to point out various landmarks along the way, if you'd be so good as to follow me. Are you going to point out the jumping puzzle that takes 3 hours? No, but we can see it right here. See this vista? You might want to know, how does one approach this vista when one cannot fly in a city? 'Tis folly. Well, though I don't remember precisely how one does it. Is that the tower you climb, or is it a different one? I mean, I don't see any other particularly gigantic towers around here. Could be... or none within range of the vista, anyway. So yeah, there's a very difficult jumping quest. I don't even remember where to begin it. That involves climbing this entire tower. I'm not going to do that right now, but maybe if I can find where it begins, I can pretend to start doing it as a prank. Probably like... Oh. No, I actually already missed it. I saw it. Here it is. Time to do this all in one try. As a joke. Nope. My hands are sweating. As you might expect from such a journey. Nope. Well, now I'm over here, and that's no good. Nope, fell down more. Y'all, we're not doing this right now. You don't have to also try and climb the tower. I say we're not doing this right... Ow. Painful sound. I said I'm not doing this right now, but it seems I'm doing this right now. Whoop, not quite. Oh, no, not quite. No, not quite. There we are. The invisible walls are what really get you. Why am I doing this right now? Aha. Wait. Was that wrong? Well, I fell anyway. I didn't know where the future was, so I fell to the past. Anyway, nope, enough of that. Nope, 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 nope. Not right now. Whenever I can't see the path forward, that's time to stop trying for right now. We'll deal with that later. Maybe. I say, what is that smell wafting from yonder tea house? Could it be? Yes, could it possibly be the scent of whispered secrets waiting to be overheard? I note that our would-be host has elected to dress in the local fashion. True. I do not like the cut of that man's jib. Or jibe, one of those. Not one bit. Even the Aetherites look different here. Oh right, gotta attune to the Aetherite. For the love of the 12. I hold no love for the 12, but I'll attune to the Aetherite anyway. Everyone, if I could have your attention please. You are now standing in Tinkanto. Loosely translated, the name means Spire of Drifting Souls, which, as some of you may have deduced, makes reference to the Aetherite which stands over yonder. The design is markedly different from those of Charlian, yet I trust its function is identical. A diplomat and a scholar, will wonders never cease. Far Eastern Aetherite technologies have a long and storied tradition, I assure you. This particular example was constructed by the Onishishu, a collective of skilled craftsmen who guard their ancestral techniques with the utmost secrecy. In short, you will find it no less reliable than its Western counterparts. Attune if you like. Beautiful though it may be, we cannot spend all day staring at the Aetherite. Come, come, let us move along. The markets are next. There's a part of me that is saying, do the jumping quest right now. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. And I'm telling that part of me to stop it. As best I can. True. Uh-oh, it's venture coffer time. Will I make no money or $1 million? And by $1 million, I mean multiple $1 million if I get a good venture coffer. Indirect lighting. That's probably very useful. Oh no, my inventory is full of equipment. I have a problem. Not $1 million. Might as well switch one of my retainers to Kugane, so I have them in 4 cities, whatever that means. It's very insignificant to do that. It doesn't matter in the slightest. Well, time to run around everywhere and attune to all of the small aetherytes instead of following the progression I'm intended to. The short pier. Gotta touch the crystal. It's nice to be back in familiar places that are like a little bit later in the game. It's just neat to be here again, you know? It's neat. I have no idea what shenanigans are occurring right here, but there are some shenanigans occurring right there. Shoutouts to whatever these players are doing, I guess. Alright, fine, I'll talk to people I'm supposed to a little bit. No sign of Gosetsu or Yogiri here. Not that I expected to stumble across them just like that, though it would have been nice. Just look at all these garish designs. Not fond of subtlety, are they? Is that a theater over there? They're not really that garish. Well, well, I would expect no less of a bustling port. Be still, my heart. We have arrived at the largest shopping district in Kugane. Kogane Dori. Kugane, as you're doubtless unaware, is an ancient Hingan word for gold. So, in this prosperous port where golden fortunes are made, lesser fortunes, or kogane, are earned by the local merchants. It's all quite logical once you learn the language. Heh heh heh, now you're beginning to speak my language. Oh, a kindred spirit. What a pleasure it is to meet a young lady who appreciates the value of hard-won coin. Oh no, they're becoming friends. Hancock of the East Aldenard Trading Company. You are with clients today? Why, if it isn't Master Kaiten, pray allow me to introduce you to my esteemed guests, but recently come from distant Eorzea. His kind and generous soul supervises all transactions here in Kogane Dori. Yeah, your sincerity is ever appreciated. As he says, I'm Kaiten of the Hakuchi clan, and it is my honor to serve as overseer of these markets. Also, get ready for me to not know how to say Japanese words, instead of me not knowing how to say French words and names. As we receive many foreign visitors in Kugane, we accept all manner of currencies. Rest assured, your Eorzean Guild are welcome here. I invite you to peruse our wares at your leisure. Also English words, I won't know how to say all of those either. Arms, armor, foodstuffs, potables. Here you will find all of them and more. Don't think I haven't memorized every detail of that street. There's at least half a dozen shops that will soon be enjoying my custom. The district up ahead has a different air about it. We're actually quite far from the docks now, aren't we? This place is bigger than I thought. Where to next, I wonder? Lise just wants to see more of the tour. If we may pause here for a moment. This road leads to the Aijingai, the district in which Aijin, or foreigners, are permitted to reside. Would this also be where the foreign embassies are found, including that of a certain empire? Precisely. So you see, it would not be at all unusual to cross paths with one of our Garlean cousins here. With this in mind, I would encourage you to choose your words carefully. We would not want any physical altercations. After all, such spats being strictly forbidden. The Sekisaigumi punish breaches of the peace quite severely. I've seen foreigners permanently exiled for a single violation, though to be fair, this is not common. More often than not, they're executed on the spot. What? Cut down then and there? You're joking, right? Would that I were, but alas, the samurai are a humorous lot. Why, I recall one instance where a foreign merchant and his cups dared lay hands upon a Hingan aristocrat in front of his Sekisaigumi. The samurai cut him in half with a single stroke. I've seen some merchants get cut in half, I can believe it. Ugh, I don't even want to think about that. So, as you see, it would behoove you to behave. Failing that, we may be forced to part ways with one another, or you with yourselves, in the manner of the late Teleji The game makes a Teleji joke? What? I forgot about that. You with yourselves in the manner of the late Teleji Adeleji. I forgot the game itself made this joke. That's amazing. He thinks this is hilarious. He is slapping his knee. Oh, how I amuse myself. But we must carry on. I've yet to show you the Garlean consulate. I feel like this has to have been put here as a reference to like the community making Teleji Adeleji jokes, right? Including the like over-the-top laughing reaction. I feel like that's definitely on purpose as a nod to memes or something. There's gotta have been memes. There has got to have been memes. Well, the Garlean embassy is a sharp contrast to the surrounding buildings. Some might call it unwise to loiter outside the gates of a hostile empire's consulate. Danger, excitement, intrigue, oh my! So that building's full of Garleans. Compared to the Hingan architecture, this seems drab and uninspired. Or mayhap I have simply had my fill of Garlean aesthetics, such as they are. What, you don't like Garlean aesthetics? Hey there, Festus. That's close enough, savage. Hey there, Festus. Okay, fine. This, as you may have surmised, is the consulate of the you-know-who. Mark the guards at the gate. Are their uniforms not different from those you've seen in the West? Were you to travel far and wide, you'd find that many such variations exist, often inspired by local designs, all of which goes to show that even a massive empire seeking to rule all of creation is not without its artisans. I suppose that's a take that you're allowed to legally have about a massive empire trying to take over the world. There's oh so much more I could speak of. The soothing waters of the onsen, the ephemeral delights of the pleasure district, but you are doubtless still weary from your long sea voyage. Yeah, that's fair. He does not have to hand it to them. Let us retire to the company offices. He doesn't have to hand it to them, but he's the kind of person who would. I dare say we could travel to Mericidia, the New World, and find a man like Hancock waiting for us. Ah, the unmistakable scent of wealth and power. There's no denying that this place was built for an Ul'dan. Even though this feels just as out of place as the Garlean consulate, it's a lot more comforting. Maybe. Maybe a little. I don't know. At long last, we arrived at our destination. May I present to you our humble offices? We have much to discuss, so I will refrain from further prattle. Come, right this way. Friggin' golden statue over here.
Our thaumaturgist took great pains to ward these walls against all manner of surveillance. Where business dealings are concerned, we do not compromise on confidentiality. You may avail yourselves of these offices for the duration of your visit. Come and go as you like, and know that you may speak freely here.
Your offer is most generous, but I will not enter into any agreement which would leave us beholden to you or your master.
A legitimate concern. Allow me to clarify, then. The chairman bids you consider this as an expression of his heartfelt contrition for the bloody banquet and the unpleasantness which followed.
How can anything be heartfelt when you don't have a heart?
Never having been one to put stock in words alone, the chairman deems the provision of material aid to be a more appropriate demonstration of his sincerity. By sheer coincidence, your purpose here also happens to coincide with our own interests. That is, assuming you are come to aid the Doman Liberation Front.
How could... I will not bother to offer a denial. You have the right of it. To be specific, we are come in search of our Far Eastern allies, Yugiri and Gosetsu, whom we hope to assist in their fight.
The Auri Shinobi and the Rugadan Samurai? Then you'll be pleased to know that they have both come to Kugani.
Rugadan? Wait, what? Hold on. Rugadan? Okay. I'll have to file that one away in my brain, I guess.
Are you sure?
Quite. They came here aboard a company vessel, you see. However, they encountered difficulties securing passage across the Ruby Sea.
The Ruby Sea? Sorry, I've never been any good at geography.
Forgive me. This calls for a map.
Totoro was excited to see a map. I've also never been good at geography.
We are here in Kugani, the sole open port of Hingashi, situated on her western coast. Doma, meanwhile, is here on the eastern coast of Otherd in Yansha. Therefore, if your friends are to reach Doma, they must first cross the Ruby Sea. Alas, this is easier said than done, as the Ruby Sea does not fall within the dominion of either Hingashi or Doma, being controlled since antiquity by a third party, namely the Confederacy.
I forgot about the Confederacy.
Said maritime collective is known for the consummate skill of its sailors, and for demanding that any vessel entering its waters pay a toll referred to as the Ruby Tithe. In exchange, the Confederacy's vast fleet guarantees the safety of those who travel within its territory. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, Garlemald conquered Doma some 25 years past, at which time the Empire saw no value in controlling the Ruby Sea, and thus did they turn a blind eye to the activities of the Confederacy. The recently appointed acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma had other ideas, however. She has formally condemned the Confederacy and declared that any who recognize their authority shall be branded enemies of the Empire. Bowing to this pressure, Hingashi severed ties with these toll-takers and forbade the payment of the Ruby Tithe, prompting the Confederacy to make it known that any merchants choosing to sail the Ruby Sea would do so at their peril.
Sounds like a delightful situation that we found ourselves in. Neat.
No wonder they struggled to secure passage to Doma. What captain would risk such a journey given the circumstances?
I am told your friends were not so easily deterred from their course, but I know not whether their persistence bore fruit.
I say we follow in Yugiri and Gosetsu's footsteps and attempt to secure passage to Doma for ourselves. We will need to cross the sea in any case, and we may learn something of their whereabouts in the process. And should we find that they are still in Kugane, we can make the journey together.
In that case, I have some information which may be of use to you. No quid pro quo, I assure you. The chairman was most insistent that I aid you to the best of my ability.
Grin. Various shrugging and doubtful gestures. I'm not sure how I imagined our time in the Far East unfolding, but it definitely didn't involve Uldans, and especially not these Uldans. Still, whatever works, right? He was not exaggerating when he spoke of their ward's efficacy. Whoever wove them did so with consummate skill. Oops. Oh, this place takes me back. It reminds me of the workshop of an Uldan lapidary I once served. I must confess, I'm an avid collector of all things Far Eastern. See for yourself, I insist. What about this golden statue of a pogging Lalafell over here? What about that, though? Is it Lolorito? Because there's no mask, is the thing. What? There's no mask here. Lolorito would never pog. Sucro is really short, or these shelves are tall. Or both. I guess these are more like mantelpieces, kind of. Sucro is only 5 feet tall. Gun. I think everything in here just looks large because Sucro's short. Like, both of those would basically be great swords to Sucro. Like the upper sword here is more of like a bastard sword size, I guess. But I guess in MMO land, that's just like that's probably a dagger in MMO terms, honestly. Though I'm reluctant to take any action whatsoever that can be construed as placing ourselves in Lord Lolorito's debt, we must avail ourselves of what means are available. Our Alamegan allies place their faith in us, and I do not intend to disappoint them. Well, here's some materia. Hooray! A mystery present. It would seem inefficient for us to all venture out together in search of information on Yugiri and Gosetsu's whereabouts, agreed? Agreed. We need to cast our net wider, split up and pursue all available avenues of inquiry. But if we're to coordinate our efforts effectively, we'll need to establish a working base of operations here. Nod. Indeed, Tataru would seem the one best suited to the task of organizing our supplies and procuring new ones. Tataru joy emote. While she attends to that, we four can begin our search by questioning the individuals Hancock identified. Alize and I will take those in the southern districts of the city, and the two of you can take those in the north. In anticipation of just such an eventuality, I took the liberty of preparing some sketches of Yugiri and Gosetsu during our voyage. Alphino is really good at art. Wow, Y'shtola warned me that you were a bit of an artist, but these are great! They'll definitely come in handy. Just gonna leave this sitting here for a second. This is Alphino's power. Looks like it's you and me, Sucro. Let's step outside and talk about where to start. Nod. I neglected to comment that there's also a fish on the wall. And there's like a Moogle item that was there for a second. Hold on, can I go back in there? Moogle. You may make an offering to this Moogle, perhaps. Some sort of Kupo of Fortune? Yeah, that sounds like something else. The joke is that that's something else. Anyway. That being said, I am going to be right back. Hello. You've gotten more time to look at my increased fanciness intermission screens. Hooray! I put little joke on them now, haha funny. Anyways, we are back to video game. Sukro is waiting very politely. And standing up very immediately. Aha. By the way, channel points are now crystals. You have spent crystals instead of merely spending channel point. There is a capybara now as a result. Congratulations. Wow, Alphino's sketches are so... I don't know how to put it, but they're very... Well, see for yourself. I already saw. You may view Alphino's sketch at any time by using the relevant item in the key items menu. A surprisingly accurate depiction of Yugiri and Gosetsu, once again suggesting that Alphino may have mistaken his life's calling. Looks more like them than they do. Honestly, he could make a living doing this. Ah, sorry. No time for distractions. Why don't we start by visiting Karaku at the on-something? On-sun? On-san? Onsen, that was it. Third tries the charm. Actually, this is an extremely appropriate minion to have summoned for going to the onsen. By complete coincidence. Oh, I can get housing already? Apparently. And also clan hunt mark already? Here's the barracks of the people we were told about killing you if you break the law. Yay! I wonder if they're going to ever make sprint a toggle in, like, cities, like it is in PvP. That'd be nice. Instead, I can only do this. Which is occasionally sprint and also jump around a lot. As one does. I haven't attuned to every ether rate. What's unattuned? Does it not tell you that information? Come one, come all, burn, cuts, embarrassing rashes, there's naught that the mystical waters of the Bokaisen hot springs cannot heal. Oh, what is that in your hand? I am looking for two individuals that look something like this. You seek this Aura and this Rugadin, do you? 1,000 apologies, but I cannot help you. It's against our policy to divulge information regarding patrons past or present. Please, we came all the way from Eorzea to find our friends. We have our reputation to consider, miss. Men and women from all walks of life here come in search of rejuvenation, body and soul. They seek privacy and discretion, and we have ever honored their wishes. Only the Sekisaigumi may demand otherwise. I'm sorry, but there's naught I can do. I suppose we'll just have to ask someone else. What about that woman who runs the hostelry? Kotokaze, was it? Nod. Bow. Hey, but this is an inn? I forgot there was actually an inn here. I mean, that makes sense. I am not sure if I ever used the inn in Kogane, because this does not look familiar to me. It looks very pleasant, though. Maybe I just never parsed that this was an actual functional inn. Ever? Every room gets a samurai costume. What, armor, not costume. I mean, it could be a costume. It's probably ceremonial armor. Every room gets a samurai armor. I'll just say that. The unending journey is a scroll here instead of like a tome. That's a good touch. There's a tatami bed. There's a window. You can see a hot springs, but you cannot go there. It is illegal. However, you can sit at this nice table, if you wish. What Ethernet shard am I missing? Ah, it tells you on that menu. That's fair. I'm sure these two NPCs aren't important ever for anything. I think that's probably after Stormblood. Like after 4.0. That's where we are now, I guess. 4.0. This vista is going to taunt me every time. You have attuned yourself to all of the Ethernet shards. Hooray. Give me this, why not? Sucro's talking about something. Sucro's emoting. I don't need to pay a great deal of attention to this. Something happened. I did a... There's more because I'm level 70 already. Might as well, right? I basically never engage in the Clan Centurio stuff, but it can't hurt to have it open and unlocked, I suppose. Also, free experience points, I guess. I did a... Okay. Welcome, traveler. Can I interest you in some rice wine? Exceptional quality, delivered but the other day. Actually, I'm looking for people. Ah, an RE shinobi and a Rugadan samurai. If I may, I would answer your question with some few of mine own. If I speak of that which you know, Aijin, be not offended. You are familiar with the situation in the lands across the Ruby Sea? The doomed rebellion after 2.5 decades of quiet? Nod. I see. And you are familiar with the ways of Hingashi? How we elect to stand apart and support no cause but our own? Indifferent and callous, some may call us, but pragmatism is essential if a humble island nation such as ours is to survive. But we are not fools. Complete isolation is impractical, and so Kugane is open to Aijin, and we are equally hospitable to all. Or if I must speak more plainly, yes, I can help you, but if I do, I must also oblige the ones who ask after you. Are you willing to accept this fair and equitable treatment? Yeah, I can take them. Nod. If anyone comes looking for us, tell them whatever you like. As you wish. The two individuals of whom you speak did indeed come here. They sought passage across the Ruby Sea. Few ships are willing to make the trip at the moment. Nevertheless, I made several introductions on their behalf. That was the extent of our interaction. I will provide you with the names of the captains if you like. Knowledge obtained. You've been a great help, Mistress Kotokaze. I'll be sure to come back for that wine sometime. We would welcome your custom, miss. We should question these captains as soon as we can. You take the first 3, I'll take the rest, and we'll meet here when we've finished. All right? Good luck. Nod. Time to find captain. Incorrect. There we go. Or I could climb the tower. Could. No, I failed already. Never mind. Ow. Sukro wants to climb. Oh, airship landing. Wait, I thought airships weren't good idea. Airships couldn't travel that distance and also they would be shot down or something. Right? Well, we can't use it right now, so I guess that makes sense. I guess that's fair. We out. Hello, Kurt Captain. Yes, a Rugadan gentleman did approach me. He wanted to charter a ship to take him across the Ruby Sea, the mad devil. I sent him away like all others before him. The woman? Nay, I know her not. Spanish spice trader. You ask me if I've seen this Auri woman and this Rugadan samurai? The woman is unknown to me, but the man is not. He was for Doma, but I could not help him. We travel solely between here and Radzat Han. It would be an unreasonable detour. Hey, I see a sightseeing spot. Are these... Yes, they are. There's one. Even if I wasn't able to climb the tower, I was able to do a little climb. Anyway, where's the captain? Down, it says. This is technically that way. Meticulous merchant. Passengers? No, we no longer offer that service. Too much trouble. Now we only transport goods. I told this to the samurai and sent him on his way. The woman? Ah, if it's woman you seek, the pleasure houses have plenty. Wow, you suck. This is a specific lady. I don't know what you're thinking. Oi. Ow. I should stop doing that. How did it... Oh, never mind. Judging from the look on your face, you didn't have much better luck than I did. At least we get the sketch of Yugiri and Gosetsu to put in a house if we want to. It's probably a trap. Creature. A type of person that's also a type of creature is here. Well, I suppose we might as well head back to... Wait, I've just remembered. There was someone else on my list I forgot to visit. Gyodo. He's a Namazu fisherman, whatever that means, and a regular here. Maybe we'll find him if we look around? It's that time. Or it's a time of some sort. That much we know for sure. When I asked Kotokaze what Namazu meant, she said it was Hingan for catfish. And here I was thinking she'd said fisherman. Well. Glaring. What? Why do you stare? You have business with me? By the 12, a talking fish! Yes, a talking fish. How very observant of you, Aijin. You find me in good spirits, so your rudeness I will ignore this once. But only if you address me again in the proper manner. Sorry, I've never met a... Let's start again. You're Gyodo, right? My name is Lise, and this is Sukro. We're looking for some friends of ours. I see. Both these ones I know well. I helped them secure passage across the Ruby Sea. Really? That's wonderful. Could you do the same for us? Yes, this would not be a problem. For you, I could charter a ship this very day. But the journey is fraught with much peril. The fare will not be cheap. Are you sure you can afford to pay? I didn't think to bring any money, but surely Tataru will let us take whatever we need from the Scion's coffers, right? We wouldn't be the only passengers, though. Could we take a moment to talk it over with our friends? Yes, but hurry. Your ship must depart under cover of darkness. We shall meet again at sunset on the Tassogare Bridge. Do not forget your fare. Bring Minnie Gill, yes? It's about time our luck changed. Alphino and the others will be thrilled. Nod. Namazu are here. Yes. Namazu are alright. Just as people in general are alright, I suppose. Alright, you're the one who shows me the housing district. I keep forgetting that I have Aetheroid travel. I just keep walking. But there's a sightseeing log. I did a... What am I doing again? I know what I'm doing. Welcome back. We ourselves returned but a moment ago. You wouldn't believe some of the things you can find down at the markets. We're spoiled for choice here. I hope my information was of value? I guess so. We spoke with a number of merchants and captains at the southern piers. Several recognized Gosetsu and confirmed that he'd been searching for a vessel to deliver him to Othard. None, however, made any mention of Lady Yugiri. Yes, it was the same story for us, and then you'll never believe what happened. There was a fish. So this Gyodo claims to have aided both Gosetsu and Yugiri. How fortuitous. Not the word I would have chosen, Master Alphino. Stupid's what I'd call it. How can you agree to his price without making any attempt to haggle, or even confirming what it was in the first place? Yes, that too was a misstep on their part, but it's not what troubles me most. Gyodo and his brethren are not known for their generosity of spirit. Rather, they are disdained as scheming moneylenders, ever eager to turn a profit from others' misfortune. Everyone else we questioned stated that Gosetsu was alone. Only Gyodo claims to have met both him and Yugiri. I suppose it's just possible that Gosetsu made inquiries by himself, and only called upon Yugiri once he'd found a willing captain. But it is equally possible, if not more likely, that you're being deceived. Do not forget that there are parties present in Kugane with agendas which may run contrary to your own. The Viceroy was once a spy herself, as I recall. I should be surprised if she did not have countless agents here in her employ, all eager to prove themselves to their new master. And what better way to do so than by delivering her the heads of foreign insurgents? Fine, you may be right about him, but if Gyodo's working for the Empire, who's to say he didn't try the same trick on Yugiri and Gosetsu? I mean, if he did, he might know where they are, and if he succeeded, they might be in trouble. Anyway, if he holds up his end of the bargain, we'll have nothing to worry about, will we? But if he tries to betray us, I vote we take him prisoner and punch him till he tells us the truth. Perfect dialogue. Thank you, Lise. So if it's a trap, we'll spring it and deal with the consequences. I like the way you think. Ah, very well. We should prepare for the worst. Taro will remain here, and I shall follow the three of you at a discreet distance. Nod. Once more, I must caution you to avoid physical altercations at all costs, even should Imperial agents attempt to engage you. The Seki Saigumi will not hesitate to clap you in irons or cut you down. If anything untoward should happen, you are to return here at once. Is that clear? Nod. Rest assured, I will not be far behind, Sukro. While I am no shinobi, I can keep to the shadows when necessary. And there I was thinking Gyodo was just being nice. I tell you now, if Hancock's right about all this, that fish is getting filleted. I had a feeling we might find ourselves in a situation like this, so I made sure to stock up on some special supplies that I thought might prove useful. Alize has them in case you're wondering. The Seki Saigumi are not to be trifled with. Rare is the week that I do not hear at least one tale of an Aijin being arrested under dubious pretext. Fortunately, a wealthy and well-connected ally can help resolve such matters with the minimum of fuss. To review, Lise, Sukro, and I will meet with Gyodo as planned. Alphino will keep watch from a distance, ready to provide support in the likely event that Gyodo attempts to betray us to the Imperials or whomever else. Should that escape, you and Lise will subdue him, and together we will make our escape. Gee, I wonder... The cops sure are nasty, but if you're rich, it'll be fine. Gee, I wonder where I've heard that before. It's real life. As our actions will surely draw the attention of the Seki Saigumi, we will evade them with Alphino's assistance and return here with our prisoner. Does that meet with everyone's approval? Of course, these precautions will be for naught if Gyodo does not play us for fools, but we shall see. To the bridge. Well, let's see what happens. This time I'll remember to teleport. Always remember to teleport. This is helpful. I wonder if an incident is going to occur. I can't possibly know. There's no way to predict what will happen. It's a trap, isn't it? We may as well stop kidding ourselves. Our would-be ally is nowhere to be seen. Make ready, Sucro. Something smells fishy. I feel like Alize was searching like really thoroughly for any way to say that wasn't accidentally a pun in those few seconds of pause that were in her dialogue. But she could not find a word that was not a pun. She forgot the word suspicious. Either that or she just really wanted to make the pun. Both are probable.
Endless and most sincere apologies to you and yours, yes, yes. This way, quickly now.
So that's what your voice is like. Okay. I'll try and remember this. Nod. It's probably fine.
Enough! Where are you taking us? Where is the ship?
The ship. So very sorry to inform you, yes, yes. Long before was it pledged to another. To me, these ones are for Doma.
Yep.
I knew it couldn't be this simple.
Nothing personal, yes, yes, just business.
Then business is about to take a turn for the worse.
Ah!
Perfect
Come on,
catch.
let's find a way out of here.
The little chocobos. Anyway, time to beat up some rude people who are going to beat me up. But that's not allowed. Disappointing, but not surprising. In retrospect, we really should have... Quiet, brother. Fight now, talk after. I'll hold on to Gyoto. You deal with the Imperials. Alize is doing red mage actions over here. She just backwards. I'm not doing my rotation correctly, but that's fine. Anyway. As expected, the Seki Saigumi have caught our scent. Since fighting them is out of the question, we'll have to wind our way back to the Ruby Bazaar, evading their patrols as we go. Nod. If they find you, use these smoke bombs to make your escape. Tataru just bought smoke bombs? Use the smoke bombs to evade the patrols. Be warned that attacking the Seki Saigumi will result in failure. Stealth segment. I wonder if you go into this as a ninja, if you can just hide. That'd be very funny. Just use the hide button. Smoke screen. Split up and head for the Ruby Bazaar, and remember, under no circumstances must you... Well, I immediately... They found us! Use a smoke bomb so we can escape! Nice work. Now let's find a way out of here. That was close. Now which way to the Ruby Bazaar? Nope. No. Streets are crawling with Sekisagumi. Keep those smoke bombs ready. Not. Am I gonna fail this? Because I'm not doing a good job so far. I think it's this way. Oh, bugger. They've got a whole squadron out front. What do we do now, Sucro? Come with me. I will guide you to your friends. Oh. First a talking fish and now a tortoise? What have we got to lose? Well, it's working. Thank the 12 you made it. I feared our Kojin friend might not find you in time. Everything is going to be alright, trust me. Oh, okay. They made a big deal out of the stealth, but they gave you like 1,000,000 smoke bombs, so it's fine actually. Wiggling.
Stay hidden and quiet. Understood?
Understood.
Clear the road! Clear the road! You there, Korjin. We seek 4 foreigners. One, a brutish woman carrying an unconscious Namazu. Have you seen them?
Okay, the zoom in on the Namazu is pretty
4
good.
foreigners, you say? Ah, yes! Very rude they were, making no apology as they barged past. They went that way, I think.
Many thanks, good sir. With me! They cannot have gone far.
Thank you, Kojin, friend.
All is well. The Sekisei Gumi will not return this way for some time, I should think.
My bad.
You are of the East Aldenard Trading Company, yes? Come with me. I know a safer way.
I guess we're kind of affiliated with that group. Mostly unintentionally. I would go a step further and say that language and speaking as a whole is difficult. It's a miracle that I managed to do it. Speak, that is.
You are returned. And with guests, I see.
That's one word that you could use to define these people, yes. And by these people, I mean that one. A guest of sorts.
Our meeting went about as well as expected. We've brought the Namazu who thought to betray us. When he wakes up, we'll see what he knows about Yugiri and Gazetsu.
Well done, you. When I saw the Sekisei Gumi out in force, I did begin to worry, but I see my fears were misplaced.
I won't lie. While streaming, I am constantly like 120% of the time worried that I'm accidentally saying words bad in a way that's bad. Or like my fumbling will accidentally arrange itself into something horrendous, or some other such thing will happen. Anxiety. It's a thing that I have to deal with. And talking is difficult.
Actually, if it weren't for Soroban, we might not have gotten away.
Oh, Soroban, right.
'Twas my pleasure.
Yet I must ask, Soroban, why would you deceive the Sekisegumi to help us, foreigners of whom you know naught?
Why, out of the kindness of my heart, is what I would like to say, but my motives are not so pure. I chanced to witness your meeting with Hancock at the tavern and saw an opportunity.
Well, I'm glad I'm doing fine. That's good.
An opportunity.
Like many, I came to Kugane as a trader to make my fortune. Kojin of the Red may serve the Empire as mercenaries, but Kojin of the Blue walk a different path. Regretfully, most here would rather not meet our gaze, much less do business. So I seek the custom of those less predisposed to dismiss us outright, namely the East Aldenard Trading Company.
Quid pro quo, is it? Well, there is no denying that we owe you a debt. What say you, Hancock? Will you consider doing business with our entrepreneurial friend here?
Rest assured, Master Soroban, that in matters of trade, the company does not discriminate. We would be honored to hear your proposal.
I promise you will not regret this, good sir. Ah, yes. You sought passage across the Ruby Sea, did you not? I have a ship you can use.
Oh, well, that's convenient.
You do? Well then, far be it from us to refuse. You have our deepest thanks.
Not quite Soroban.
And you mine.
Soroban. Yeah, they're good. I remember that. Though we Kojin are of the sea, we often come ashore to sell our wares and peruse your markets. It is my hope that an arrangement with the East Aldenard Trading Company will help us to more quickly obtain the treasures that we seek. I don't believe that Soroban is any of those words. All things considered, that went rather well, thanks to Soroban, that is. Hey, the Namazu despawned. Namazu was destroyed utterly. There's no denying that they were Imperials. They were wearing the same uniforms as the one outside the consulate. You're doubtless wondering why our objectively green-hued friend here refers to himself as a Kojin of the Blue. The answer is quite fascinating, really. The Kojin language has many similarities with ancient Hingan, you see. And in ancient Hingan, the word for green, ao, can mean green and or blue. Though I do the word a disservice by even attempting to translate it, so steeped in meaning as it is. Why they elected to keep on calling themselves the Blue in modern times is anyone's guess. I, for one, would have much preferred Kojin of the Owl. But one theory posits that they prefer the sound of the word blue when spoken. Another is that they are physically incapable of distinguishing between the two, which would have interesting implications in their everyday lives. I'm still annoyed he tried to deceive us, but at least we were prepared for it. Even so, next time we should probably try to avoid running around Kugane in the middle of the night with half the city guard snapping at our heels. Maybe. It'll be fine. Interesting. Right then, Gyoto should be coming round soon. I think it's time we had a little chat, don't you? Nod. Yeah, that happens sometimes too. Sometimes there is just a pig. Probably someone else's minion. Should we have laid him face up so that he could breathe? Or, I guess, like, gills might allow... I don't know. I don't know how Gyoto breathes exactly. Rise and shine, little fishy. I know you can hear me, so stop pretending to be asleep or I'll give you another ride on my boot. No more boots. All secrets are yours for the asking. Tell us what you know about Yugiri and Gosetsu. Every last detail. And if I find out later that you lied to me... No more lies. The clear, unvarnished truth. You have my word. I don't think I can do a Gyoto voice. Only the samurai did I meet. Yes, only him. He asked after a ship, so I provided an introduction to the Garleans. You mean you led him into a trap as you did us, because you are an Imperial spy? No, I am no spy. It was just business. Fewer ships pass through Kugane these days, and we have struggled to make ends meet. So when the Garleans offered a bounty for any domans found in Kugane... Oh, my mistake. You're not a spy, but a common cutthroat. Not that I'm surprised. You need half a brain to be a spy. So what happened to the samurai? Such a cruel, vicious tongue you have. Would not go quietly, no. Blades were drawn, men were cut down in the Segumi game. They took the samurai away. Hold on a moment. You mean to tell me the Aijin they arrested the other day was Gosetsu? I guess Aijin. Oh, but had I but known. If he's in the custody of the Segumi, I need only see to it that the requisite funds find their way into the right official's hands and your friend will walk free. As it is in Ul'dah, so it is in Kugane. But given the circumstances, it seems we have no choice but to resort to morally questionable means. We'll make a pragmatist of you yet, Master Alphino. I have given you everything you've asked for, yes, then there's no need for me to remain your prisoner. I hope I never have to carry a Namazu again. He's not heavy, but God's the smell. Surely they don't all smell, come on now. One of these days, I may just punch that man in the face. I welcome that. I'm glad we finally learned what happened to him, but did we really need to stir up all that trouble to do so? I didn't think to include bribes when I was calculating our budget for this trip. I have never laid eyes upon the secret treasures of Eorzea. My heart fair trembles with excitement at the thought. You are free to wait here while I speak with the relevant official, but if you would rather wait for Gosetsu outside the barracks, we can go together. I wouldn't put it past the Imperials to try something again, so mayhap it would be best if Lee Sucro and I joined you. Alright, but what about Gyoto? I will keep an eye on him for the time being. We can release him after you return with Gosetsu. He will doubtless have some choice words to say to the little fellow. Soroban, mayhap it would be prudent to prepare your ship for our immediate departure. As you wish. Everything in order? Then let us be off. The Segumi barracks are to the north. No more lies, no more betrayals. Yes, I swear by all the kami in creation. You need not worry. I swear I will not let him out of my sight. In fact, I may have some more questions of my own. Talking tortoises, talking catfish. I tell you though, it's when the bears start talking that you need to worry. That, my friend, spells the end of civilization as we know it. Chitaru, have you been playing Splatoon 3 recently? By any chance? Just wondering. I'm assuming that's a joke or a reference to something that was relevant in culture at the time of the release of Stormblood. Or something random instead that wasn't relevant, but it was funny. Either is possible. I hope Hancock is as good as his word. This looks a bit fancy for a barracks, don't you think? I must ask that you wait here. You may be assured that this will not take long. I don't think it's anything in-game. Probably some sort of other something. Ah, yes, the symbol for my channel points is different. I changed that 2 days ago. Well, after the previous stream, I think. Technically yesterday. I changed it technically yesterday. Is it really going to be as simple as he says, do you think? What is Digital River? Well, there's only one way to find out what that is. I guess we have to find out what that is now. Let's hope it still works today.
Behold, my ultimate true power. It's regular. It's a funny button to make this happen. Hello. This is going to last for 1 minute. It is called that because it is named as if it were a Final Fantasy XIV trial instance. He said it wouldn't take long, right? Because this feels a bit long to me. Reading dialogue with this active is going to be something else as well. Calm down, Lise. Everything is going to be alright. Much as I hate to admit it, I share Hancock's dim view of government officials and their supposed incorruptibility. Basically, yeah. From what I've gleaned of the Far East, they're probably exchanging lengthy pleasantries. There seems to be a correct way to do everything here, bribery being no exception. I say we leave them to it, right, Sucro? I hope Hancock is as good as word.
There we go. Right, everything's fine, probably. I mean, it couldn't be as bad as the last time we stood around waiting for something to happen. I'm glad. I'm glad it's an entertaining button. Sucro is angry at waiting.
How about you?
Yeah, that's about what we should have expected from Gosetsu. Probably.
That was Gosetsu. I'm sure of it. He's in trouble. Lise, wait!
I suppose we should follow her then.
Oh, I'm glad you like Sucro's outfit. This is her Stormblood outfit, because we're in a new expansion. A new part of the main story.
Victory to the samurai!
It's fine, actually.
How many is that now? 10 in a row?
Meet Gosetsu if you haven't. He's great.
Gosetsu?
Oh, this is a surprise. What in blue blazes are you three doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. We've been looking all over for you, and then I suddenly heard you screaming.
It would seem there has been a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain.
And then he explained, I guess.
So, in summary, you started a brawl with some off-duty Imperial soldiers and were subsequently arrested by the Sekisugumi, whom you somehow befriended and convinced to set you free if you could defeat a given number of them in single combat.
Great plan. And it worked.
10 bouts for my freedom, aye. 'Tis but a pity you came too late to witness the last one. And with that, I'm free to go, yes?
Our word once given may not be broken, but we pray you make every effort to avoid future altercations. Circumstances notwithstanding, my lord, we are honored and grateful to have witnessed firsthand the skill of a Doma samurai.
and we had just concluded negotiations. I gather my assistance was not required.
Group shrug. Gosetsu laughing. Anyway, time to leave. Bye. But where is Yugiri? Where could Lady Yugiri be? It was not for naught, at least. Our friend in the Sekisegumi is willing to consider this an investment of sorts, a payment against future misunderstandings. To be honest, I wish I'd seen that fight. Just when I think I've heard everything. Once more to the Ruby Sea. I must apologize that you endured such trials and tribulations in search of me. There's no need for that. You had no way of knowing we would come looking for you. You were after a ship to take you to Doma, yes? It just so happens we found a willing captain. Truly, what fortune! We will tell you all about it back at the company offices. Alphino and Tataru are waiting for us there. I think I am kind of feeling like the pace of this opening portion of Stormblood is a little bit slow, just for the record. I'm not saying it's bad and terrible and I hate it, I'm just saying this is moving at a pace that feels slowish. I will just state that. Gosetsu, thank the 12 you are unharmed. As you can see, Master Alphino, I'm the very picture of health. You vile fiend, malevolent trickster! How kind the kami are to grant me vengeance so soon! But first I demand you return the coin you so villainously embezzled from me. You have every right to be angry, good sir. Where did my voice go? Gladly would I return to you your coin had I not been forced to repay certain gambling debts beforehand. This is not the voice I was doing, or anything close to Kyoto's voice. Setting that matter aside for the moment, where is Lady Yugiri? Was she not traveling with you? Nod. For a time, aye, but we parted ways some while ago. What is happening to my ability to voice act? The better to improve our chances of finding Lord Hien. Lord Hien? Forgive me, I have yet to explain. Lord Hien is the heir to Doma's throne and our master. He was a passionate voice for the cause of Doman liberation, and when we learned of the Emperor's death, it only grew louder. So you seized upon the opportunity and rose up to reclaim your freedom, only for your hopes to be dashed when Xenos led his army onto your lands. The Crown Prince was a merciless foe. Against him and the might of the 12th, we had no chance. Once Lord Hien understood this, he bade Yugiri take to the sea with as many of our people as possible. He, however, would stand and fight that they might have more time to escape. I remained by his side as well, and together we carried on our doomed war. And then one day in a fierce battle we were separated. I knew not what became of him, only that he was beyond the Empire's reach, and that to find him I would need Yugiri's aid. The situation grows more perilous by the day, for the new Viceroy, Yatsuyu, is a black-hearted villainess who delights in the torment of our people. There's naught she would do to further her pursuit of Lord Hien. There is naught she would not do. Thank you. I believe that makes matters a good deal clearer. It should please you to learn that we are come to aid the Doman Liberation Front in resuming their efforts to overthrow their imperial oppressors. Then allow me to join you. My inquiries here bore no fruit, hence my desire to return to Orthard. Once there, I can lead you to our headquarters in Yangsha, where we shall all be reunited with Yugiri. Mayhap not all. Alphino's talents would seem better applied here in Kugane, working closely with Totaro and Hancock to feed us intelligence. There's a Garlean embassy just down the road, after all. While I appreciate the vote of confidence, I shall be glad to accompany you all. As a soldier in the field, so to speak. Come now, brother, a competent commander assigns his soldiers the tasks best suited to them. As you of all people should know, and you are so very good at espionage and intrigue. Well, we all must serve each in our own way. Very well, it would seem my place is here. Alphino is defeated. Soraban is waiting at the pier. Have fun, you lot. Nod. We will have fun. Let's go have fun right now. Let's ride a boat, and this time it will not cause any problems. This is going to be the no problems boat. Compared to the previous big problems boat. Big problem singular, I guess. Dungeon problem boat. I know Alphino can hold his own in a fight, but he's plainly better suited to more cerebral tasks. Surely I'm not alone in thinking that. That is correct. Sort of at random. I have 30 assigned as my favorites, and if you use minion roulette, it will cycle through to one of those 30. I could also have it cycle through all like 100 something that I have, but there are some that I'd rather not appear, so I've limited it to the maximum amount of favorites the game allows. This one's smaller than the Misery, a lot smaller. Ah, Kojin Captain, a fine choice. Only Confederate sailors rival their knowledge and skill. I don't know why I said soldiers. Because reading is difficult and sailors and soldiers are similar words, that's why. I have been waiting for you, my friends. All preparations have been completed and my ship awaits its passengers. Shall we depart without further delay? After you, my shelled friend. If you insist, with me everyone, the Ruby Sea awaits. The pet following me around right now is the capybara. There are 29 other ones that may appear if the button is pressed. The button may be pressed every 2 minutes. The button does not work during combat or dungeons, and so on. Minions appear in the field primarily. Well, here we are at the Ruby Sea.
I remember the water, how it turned crimson in the morning sun.
I wonder what that is. I'm sure that's fine. I know what that is. And it's mostly fine, like, for now.
A shimmering sea of rubies, stretching from horizon to horizon. You could almost believe it went on forever. But beyond that red expanse lay a land in turmoil. On the shores of Othark, our Doman brothers struggled in vain.
It sure is a big, like, standout set piece kind of object to exist when it is in fact completely irrelevant to the main story quest. See that gigantic tower? That is an optional dungeon content. Minion roulette. That is Heaven on High. It is the second deep dungeon in the game. Ah, a wind-up Tonberry. Yeah, there are 100 floors to the dungeon, which is not as many as the 200 floors that are in Palace of the Dead, to be fair, but it sure does exist and go up. We'll get there later. I'm pretty sure we can't go there anytime soon. Also, I remember really liking the Ruby Sea. The music here is really nice, first of all. Look at that Tonberry follow me around. That's pretty good. Whoops. I didn't realize I could just leave. No, hold on. I didn't mean to do that. I was just looking at my funny friend. This Tonberry is very cute, yes. Good friend. Somewhere out there across the water is Yugiri and Gosetsu's homeland. True. Woe betide any enemy foolish enough to attack by sea. Now if the Garleans were to bring their airships on the other hand. The Hingans built this island as a bulwark against invasion and filled it with enough cannons to sink an armada. How wide and beautiful she is, the Ruby Sea, filled with promise and adventure and treasures, many wonderful treasures. Destination unknown. But we know our destination achievements menu. Fair enough, we can be an Aijin traveler. One does not simply cross the Ruby Sea, as Soraban well knows. Now, in order to reach the shores of Arthur, you will need to cross the resplendent waters you see before you. However, this is easier said than done. To set forth without making the necessary preparations is to invite the Confederacy to claim your vessel, and your life should you resist. But this fate can be avoided by paying the Ruby Tithe, thereby earning you the blessing of the Pirate Lords. So let us go and greet them. Our destination is the Isle to the west. That doesn't look very far to me, Sucro. Why don't we jump in and swim for it? I've had my fill of boats. An excellent idea. I think you shall find the water to your liking. I will use my ship to deliver those less inclined to the Isle. At least just being like, hell yeah, time to swim across the sea. I'm sick of boats. Yeah! This game has swimming in it, by the way. I think I said that last time. I believe swimming was new to Stormblood. Swimming did not exist prior to Stormblood. So this would have been your, like, potentially the first instance of encountering swimming, I think. I should remember that, because I literally played the game at the start of Heavensward. But thank you for, like, making sure that I was correct. Also, those look like giant mushroom? That's cool. Or, like, coral, maybe? Hey, at least the water's neat. At least they invented swimming! I think you figured that out, but still. Oh yeah, Monster Hunter Tri was the first Monster Hunter that I played. It's actually very funny that you say, oh nice, we're playing Monster Hunter Tri now, for like multiple reasons that are... I'm not going to tell you yet. But just keep that in mind. Swimming is fun. Right, this should be easy, and a good way to loosen up before the next fight whenever it comes. 20 Gil says I beat you there. I already know you will, because that's how the mechanics of the video game work. Oh yeah, you can sprint to swim different. I level up from swimming! Yeah! Whoa, cool jump. I leveled up from swimming into a new location, specifically. Hell yeah, Legiacris. My personal opinion on Tri is that I have some pretty fond memories of it. I also have the funny anecdote from Tri of, like, when I first played it as my first Monster Hunter game, I had no idea what I was doing, and I thought lances would be cool, so I tried to use a lance against Great Jaggy as, like, my first boss fight in Monster Hunter ever, and I got destroyed. and I cried. That's my funny anecdote. I cried because I was sad because I was bad at the video game. Yep. Then I switched to something else and kicked Great Jaggy's ass and got slowly better from there. I think lances are cool, but I'm not good at them in Monster Hunter context. Not that I have anything against the occasional dip in the ocean, but to dive in on a whim is a bit... Not bad, we'll call it a draw. Oh, what spirit you two have to delight in this simple joy so readily. I love Gosatsu. Thank you, Gosatsu. This bombfish is marked as a mark. I must destroy. My input for bow shock didn't happen. I have to kill this fish. 1,000 spines? You're not a bombfish, you're a cactuar fish. That was only one of two. I'll have to kill another one at some point. Ah, there you are. I trust you enjoyed yourselves. Follow me, my friends. The one with whom we must speak is a man named Tansui. I hope I said that right. Also, there's Tatsunoko over here, but where's Capcom? But Tish? Tatsunoko versus Capcom? Anyone? God, I own that video game somewhere, I think. It's also funny to me, actually, because there might be a Capcom somewhere. Yeah, it's a company with a lot of anime stuff. That game included series like Yatterman and Tekkaman and stuff as examples, if those ring any bells. I don't remember any of the other series that are not Capcom series. Gatchaman, that's one. I don't remember like anything else from that game that was Tatsunoko. I mostly know Tekkaman because the old English dub of Tekkaman is very funny. Giant buzzsaws! Etc. Anyway. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, think about Tekkaman. Oh, interesting. There was going to be a Samurai Pizza Cats DLC, and also they made Speed Racer. Or the anime that became Speed Racer. This one is Tansui. Come, introduce yourselves. I vaguely remember this individual. My clothes have mostly dried, but they're a bit clingy. Still no regrets. Doma's position on the Confederacy could best be described as one as guarded acceptance. They are pirates, aye, but they adhere to a code and are a stabilizing force in the Ruby Sea. Sometimes pirates are important. I wonder, Lomensan pirates have been known to say things like "ar," but surely pirates on the opposite side of the world would use different expressions. Or aruru, perhaps? What are you going on about, Alize? You dingus. I have no idea what you're talking about, Alize, please. I fear you have the advantage of me. Explaining. Most honorable and esteemed Sucro Funk, I am Tansui, a humble mate who serves at the pleasure of the Confederacy's captain. As you are in the company of the Shellback, I presume we have business to discuss. Do we have to call them that? Boys with boats. You wish to pay the ruby tithe, yes? With your guild, perhaps? It is just as well. Foreign currencies are in demand these days. Yeah, it does. There's a few seems vaguely like a slur things in this game here and there. For the various peoples of Eorzea and beyond. Yeah. I would pay for their passage to Othard. Does this sum meet with your satisfaction? The sea has been quite tempestuous of late. I cannot say with confidence that you would reach your destination safely unless you tripled it. Do you take me for a fool? I know the price, as do all. Alas, we live in interesting times. As you came from Kugane, I should think I need not tell you that. The shadow of war looms. The wise and the cautious shirk our waters and our custom, and the foolhardy sharpen their knives in anticipation. Meaning... Sir, you've got to come quickly. The bastards are at it again. I tried to convince them to stop, but they weren't having it. Very well, I will be there shortly. A proposition. Your comrades strike me as a worthwhile investment. I would not hear men name me a cat before Koban, so I shall consider their tithe paid. Not for what they've done, but what I expect they will do. I have no idea what that expression you just said with the cat and the word cat in it means, but you said the word cat. So Sukro is confused right now, probably. I'm not sure what to make of that, man, but at least the matter of our tithe is settled for now. What was that he and the other pirate were talking about? Maybe we ought to go and have a look. Nod. I think it's pretty funny that the entire squad right now, everyone here is the sort to rush in first and ask questions later, eventually, never. They might consider having a question. A Japanese saying that means pearls before swine. To be completely truthful, I don't entirely remember exactly what that saying means or is used for either. But here's a floating shark. A flying shark, excuse me. Don't offer things to those who can't offer them, like, in return, I suppose? Don't waste time on people who don't value you. Fair enough, I suppose. See, language is difficult, even the one that I allegedly speak. Also, I think a weird noise might have gotten caught by the microphone, but it probably just sounded like nothing, so I guess that's probably fine. I'm always worried about this as well.
Gentlemen, I'm told you were most unreceptive to my associate's requests. I realize you do not look kindly on the Confederacy and her ways, but if you refuse to pay the ruby tithe, your safety in these waters cannot be assured.
Spare me your concern, pirate. Your feeble attempts at extortion will not work on us. You remain at large because we allow it. Because you are such insignificant little pests that we see no need to swat you. But if you wish to risk the ire of the Viceroy, by all means, fire upon an Imperial vessel. Give us a reason to bring the full might of the Garlean Empire to bear against your pathetic fleet.
Bastards!
Gentlemen, surely the fact that you have such limitless resources at your disposal gives you all the more reason to spare some few coins for the less fortunate.
Yeah, it's really neat to see all the different cultures and stuff. Just across this game in general.
All talk.
This part has a lot of
Come, let us
interesting
away.
peoples
I
to
have no
meet.
time for this rubbish.
They put a lot of thought into this game world, is how it feels.
We're all the same to them, aren't we? Savages to be ruled or slaughtered.
They've always balked at paying the ruby tithe, but they were never so eager to pick a fight. The problem, you see, is that many of my comrades in the Confederacy are of Doman descent. And the acting viceroy, well, she's none too fond of Domans, to say the least. If we take any action to hinder the safe passage of an Imperial vessel, she'll accuse us of attempting to foment rebellion and brand us enemies of the Empire, which we can ill afford to be. Like the man said, we're all talk.
And where did the Kojin stand in all this?
With the winning side, of course. They're mercenaries to a fault, eager to offer their services without coercion. The Shellback could tell you more, though something tells me he would rather not.
I don't understand. If the Garleans are causing the Confederacy this much trouble, and if so many of you are Doman to begin with, why aren't you willing to fight back?
Spoken like a true friend of the Doman Liberation Front. If you're planning to rouse us with noble words and grand promises, don't bother. We all know what the Imperial Army can do. Compared to them, we're boys with boats. Besides, what ties a man may once have held to his home are forsaken upon joining the Confederacy. We look out for none but our own.
Yep. Once again, Least demonstrating... Technically you could fight, but you're not? I don't get it. There's a gunfight, but I only have a knife, but why shouldn't I go to that fight?
May, our livelihood is under threat. And the captain will need to decide soon whether we're to go down in a blaze of glory, or bow and scrape for crumbs from the Emperor's table. All while our friend the Viceroy continues her purge of Doma's radical elements. I believe she's holding court in one of the fishing villages even as we speak.
That she-devil! Her perfidy knows no bounds! She must be stopped! Come, let us find Soroban and put us here at once!
Group nod.
Tell the others that these ones have paid. We all have places to be.
Doma is but one of many provinces under Imperial control, filled with people who have had to find ways to cope with a bitter reality. So they don't really care what happens to Doma. I refuse to believe that. What are we waiting for? Come, come, Soroban cannot have gone far. Though now that I think on it, it is passing strange that he left without warning. Mayhap he did not wish to be seen by his Kojin brethren. I doubt he thought to leave us behind, but nevertheless it may be prudent to return to his ship, or at least to the Confederate encampment. I see. I don't think you're going to aggressively attack me because you are marked with a blue symbol. Even the level 62 enemies that are marked aggressive are not attacking. Never mind. I forgot I have continuation because I'm level 70 right now. I think another weird sound got through. I hate sound. I guess. Probably sounded like nothing again though. Mumble grumble. This is also new. I will worry about those at a later time. Okay, fair enough. Ah, I told you he would not abandon us. I'm sure he has his reasons for his odd behavior, and I should very much like to hear them. Trust requires honesty. Oh good, he's still here. Oh, my friends, 1,000 pardons. As you may have guessed, I was reluctant to be seen in your company by my red brothers. Ours is a complex relationship. I pray you do not misinterpret their actions as a reflection of our allegiances as a whole. Nod. You understand. Kami be praised. Too often our shell is quick to judge all Kojin for the deeds of one. Right then, now that our business with Tansui is concluded, we can traverse the Ruby Sea without fear. I shall return to the ship and prepare for our departure. If you have any remaining business to conduct with the pirates here, I pray you do so now. Ah, that reminds me. Sucro, would you be so kind as to inform the Confederates of our plans? The more they know of our movements, the less like we are to be mistaken for another vessel by their comrades. That seems fair, I guess. Right, there's not even an aetherite over here. But there is a quest. Which I will worry about later as well. Oh, you're one of the Aijin from the beach, leaving us already? No need to pay the tithe like Tansui said. On the other hand, if you were to peruse our wares and find anything to your liking, we should be glad to sell it to you for a fair price. As I do not have flight yet, I should respect gravity. Reluctantly. Even if we need not fear the Confederacy, there's no telling what manner of Imperial presence we will find waiting for us. We must be careful. I love to do sweet bike tricks. Next stop, Athard and Doma. We're coming, Yugiri. What are we standing around for? Did you not hear what Tansui said? The Viceroy must be stopped. You have spoken with the Confederates up above, then? Excellent. If you are ready to depart, we may do so at any time. All aboard. Then let us be off. I shall deliver you to the fishing village of Isari. Wait, Tansui said that the Viceroy was holding court in one of the fishing villages, did he not? Should Isari chance to be the village in question, we could instantly find ourselves surrounded by Imperial soldiers. I think it's safer to come ashore some distance away. Very well, I know just the place. Long last I am returned to my homeland. It would have been silly to try and swim all the way here, at least this time. Would it? Probably. Still have your bearings. I know it can be difficult when you're on the water. Here we are. I'm reasonably certain none bore witness to our approach. And with this, I believe I've fulfilled the terms of our agreement. Aye, that you have. You have my deepest thanks, Soraban. Truly, we are blessed to have befriended such a clever and industrious merchant. Oh, you are much too kind, good sir. I know not where your path may lead, but I wish you the very best and hope that we shall meet again. Nod. Nod. We might meet Soraban again at some point. So we finally arrived in Authard. All we need to do now is, liberate Doma. Ah, yes, that. Look, daunting though it is, we have one thing in our favor, the element of surprise. Unlike in Girabania, the Imperials don't know we're here. Admittedly, that may be our only advantage, considering how few of us there are. Well, I expect the Doman Liberation Front will even up the odds a bit. But before all that, we need to see if this is the fishing village Tansui was talking about. May well be. I smell ceruleum on the breeze. Angry face. Seems to be.
Even accounting for the rebellion, such indiscriminate shows of force seem pointlessly excessive.
If only you knew how commonplace such scenes have become. Are we too late?
Yosetsu can be quiet. When he needs to.
Over there, someone's coming.
It's my least favorite character in the video game.
It is she, sworn enemy of Doma, of my master. The traitor who sold her homeland to the Garleans. Yotsuyu.
The Viceroy herself. And look behind her. Isn't that...
Nod. It's the guy whose name days are all here all the time.
Filth and squalor everywhere I look. How very Doma. What I wouldn't do for a drink.
Hello, Yotsuyu. Sigh.
Come now! You've no reason to look so afraid. You have lived through a quarter of a century of Garlean rule, remember? 'Tis better to bend with the wind than stand tall and be broken. Therein lies hope. Therein lies freedom. I come before you today seeking affirmation. A heartfelt declaration. You're free to answer me as you see fit, yet even the least among you should know the correct response. Should.
God, I never noticed the bats in, like, her hairpins. That's just really silly, actually. There's just, like, bat shapes. Why? Oh, I don't mean least favorite character as in, oh, she's a villain, I hate her. Because I can see a villain that is effective at being a villain and is well written and say, I like them, they are a good villain. In the sense that they are doing the job of a villain. They are fun to hate, etc. This character is different. She is a villain, and I hate her for bad reasons, or reasons that I think are bad, and not because I'm supposed to hate her. If that makes any sense? I'm sure she will demonstrate eventually. Oh, she is a nasty and awful person, to be sure. I'm distracted by the bats, though. Is hairpins the correct term for her hair accessory situation? That's the closest word I can think of. Anyway.
A resident of your village, one of your neighbors, mayhap your friend, was detained by the Kojin this morning.
Kojin.
They say he was attempting to flee to Kugane. But we both know that simply isn't true, don't we? Have you anything to say? Bit slow, this one. Is there anyone more sensible among you? Have any of you anything to say? To swear?
My lady, I swear to serve the Empire, to do whatever is asked of me, and never disobey.
Well said, that man. Of course, it wouldn't do to simply take you at your word.
Just had a gun, did you?
Kill him. Surely you can do that much. He must be guilty of something or other, or he wouldn't have attempted to flee the Empire.
I have a family. Kami, forgive me. Kami, forgive me.
Why not simply shoot Yatsuyu in the face? She's right there.
Oh, very, very good. I've always had a soft spot for men like you. Next, I want you to shoot those two over there. Too old to work, you understand. A burden on the Empire. We can't have that.
Well, yeah, but... I mean... Also, Jesus Christ. Too old to work, huh?
They're my parents. You can't expect me to...
Shoot her! Shoot her! Shoot her! Okay, he tried. But also he got killed. That's why, I guess. Because... that reason. Sucro mad or Sucro smart? She looks pretty mad. We will show them no mercy.
Stop and think for a moment. If you go charging in now, every one of those villagers is as good as dead.
We will show them no mercy at a later time.
We must consider the wider picture. If we act recklessly, we risk alerting the Garleans to our presence here, making it that much harder for us to work with the local rebels. To say nothing of the reprisals ordinary civilians would be made to suffer.
Open your eyes, girl. They are already suffering. Let me go. I am putting an end to this madness. I will approach the village alone and identify myself as a former leader of the rebellion and a known fugitive. They will wish to detain me until they are certain they have learned all I know. Use this time to make your plans.
You saw what those monsters did to the villagers. Who knows what they'll do to you, assuming they don't kill you where you stand?
We live and die at the pleasure of the Kami. My fate is in their hands and no others. If it be of any comfort, I am no stranger to chains.
You can't expect us to stand idly by as a comrade goes marching off to his death. And this is nothing like Kugane.
It would be ideal to avoid civilians dying. And also destroy all of the evil people.
Nor is it like the Reach, Lise, or the Wall. Let him go. Hold out for as long as you can, but remember, noble sacrifices are to remain an absolute last resort. I wish I could say it won't come to that, but only the gods know how we're going to get you and the others out in one piece. A miracle, perchance.
A great tower stands to the north and east. Look to its occupants for aid and succor. Together, you may yet find your miracle. Now, leave this place. I must go.
I don't think that's quite the idea, but...
Another idiot like all the rest. I'm beginning to think it may be something fundamental. Something intrinsic. Something quintessentially Doman to ignore the simple truth. You can't do a damn thing if you're dead.
Enough, Yotsuyu!
Well now, this is a surprise.
Hear me, Yotsuyu! Cease this farce, here and now, and I shall surrender myself to you. Refuse, and all shall answer to my blade.
Bring him to the tavern.
Okay, it is kind of funny that in the same hand that she had the gun in like a frame ago, she now has her pipe again. I think that is unintentionally funny though. She just like in one frame swapped out her gun for her pipe while no one was looking. You heard him, let's go. I hate it as much as you, maybe even more. Every fiber of my being was crying out to intervene, but what's done is done. Gosetsu's gamble has gifted us the time we need to find a solution. That's a good point. I hadn't considered that. Also, you'd be able to say, this is not a pipe, and then shoot someone, and it would be really funny, and or cool, potentially. That's a good one-liner for that very specific situation. He bade us seek aid at the distant tower, yes? For want of a better idea, I say we do just that, while taking care to avoid the Imperials. I'm gonna not avoid the Imperials. Hello, everybody. I've got a funny motorcycle, and I'm gonna hit you with my sword. What's up? This land has been lawfully claimed by the Empire. Be gone, or you will be dealt with. I'm gonna hit you with my motorcycle. And also my sword. Theme of Sucro? Hmm? Also, hello everyone. I guess I don't really have the option of hassling the Empire. Oh, I can't even ride my motorcycle. Sucro's theme is not the Nyan Cat music. Nyan Cat is dead to me, for they have sold their soul to cryptocurrency. Like many have. Oh, I somehow held down a shoulder button. I think specifically it became NFT stuff. Thankfully, crypto and NFTs and whatnot are falling apart more and more every day. She's right. This is not like the Reach. This is worse. They were defenseless. Oh, I'm pretty sure they jumped right on that. Yeah, pretty much. We regret to inform you that the duck has its own cryptocurrency. Pretty much. Pretty much. We seem to have evaded their patrols so far. Is that tower anyway? I've never seen anything like it. Okay, I thought it was unrelated. I thought it was irrelevant to the main story, but maybe it is slightly relevant to the main story. According to my map, we're on Onokoro, one of those, and the tower is known as Heaven on High, a mysterious structure built long ago by persons unknown. When this part of the game first released, that deep dungeon did not exist, so this was just kind of here. And everyone had to point at it and be like, I bet that's the second deep dungeon. No gods, listen to me, I'm starting to sound like Alphino. Next thing you know, I'll be saying things like, as you are doubtless already aware. Huh? Over there, do you see it? Oh, interesting. Doesn't look like it's been dead long. Whoever did this, they're a good shot. I can't see a single stray arrow. Well, someone's hungry. What? Wait, that wasn't either of you two, was it? Calm down, we had nothing to do. Wait, what am I doing? They can't possibly understand us. Probably not, no. Time to run, Lise. We save our strength for any that give chase. You too, Sucro. No, it's fine. I'll just draw the aggro and then you two DPS them down. It's fine. It's fine. That was the wrong button. By the way, here's some questions for those of you in the current chat room. Are you interested in A, seeing the Gunbreaker questline, B, seeing more of any of the other tank questlines? Well, that we've seen, aka Paladin and Dark Knight. There's also the Warrior questline, but it's mostly not that interesting until it gets to the Stormblood part, and then it becomes Comedy Zone a little bit. Like, it abruptly shifts to Hildebrand mode And I don't know if that's only in the first part of the quest line or not. But, I mentioned before, I think, that I might possibly switch around between tanks during Stormblood, but I'm probably likely to stick to tanks. You can see now that I have a level 90 in melee DPS, physical range DPS, magical range DPS, and healer. So tank is the main one that there is. I can show all of the Gunbreaker questline except for the post-Shadowbringer's resolution quest of that. And Dark Knight, we didn't quite finish the Heavensward one. I am asking this question primarily because I think I actually like playing as all of the tanks to some degree. And I'm likely to like play around with all 4 of them off stream, or at least the 3 that I'm not playing on stream. And that might cause me to abruptly shift to be one of the others. So don't be alarmed if you see Sucro with a different kind of sword later. It wouldn't be the first time. I would say the Gunbreaker quests are pretty alright, and I've heard varying things about the Dark Knight quests. I think they're generally pretty good. I don't know anything about like the rest of them that I haven't seen yet, but like the first parts were pretty good. And I also don't really know a lot about how the Paladin quests go, except that you go back to the Gladiators because the actual Paladin questline was garbage. Garbage? What's garbage? That's not a word. So if anyone has any opinions on, do you want to see class quests at any point? Job quests, actually. I would like to know. The other options are, of course, just continue forward, which includes 2 subcategories. Continue forward and don't show anything and just do that off camera. Or continue forward while showing things as they appear. Well, I guess once we caught up. I don't know. Yeah, that makes sense as a definition for garbage, I think. Sort of like hate watching a show in a binging fashion. Not something I've personally done. Okay, sort of something I've personally done. In the sense that I watched a show that I thought was kind of obnoxious to see how obnoxious it got, and then at a certain point, it was too obnoxious and I stopped watching it. I don't know why I'm running in circles around the Tonberry. Sometimes I just run in circles. Maybe I'm entranced by the footprints being left. That's probably the case. That seems like a cat-like behavior. I think Sucro is one of several factors heavily influencing me into becoming more and more cat-like myself. Whose footprints are these? But yeah, if anyone has any strong opinions on whether or not I should bother showing any job quest lines, or if I should just focus on the main story right now, which could include do those quest lines off camera because they're not important as an option. Dark Knight, we left off at like, oh, I can switch to Dark Knight really quick. And Dark Knight, as you can see, we have the level 56 quest to do. And then there would be the level 58 quest and level 60, and then onward into a few in Stormblood. Also, may I just say that this weapon is really cool, and it works really well with the draw weapon emote. Because the blade deploys with a cool sound. It's neat. Dark Knight's pretty good. I think the Dark Knight quests are in multiple VODs. You might have a little bit of difficulty finding all of them. Maybe? I don't know. But it was a while ago that we did the level 54 Dark Knight quest, so I might not even remember what was going on there. Also, this is kind of an amusing scene. Lisa's just crossing her arms. Alizé's in a battle stance still. That went better than expected. Gunbreaker quests, I think, are also pretty alright, and they have a neat boss fight at the end of them as well. So I'd be okay with showing those. I feel like a lot of the warrior quests are not that interesting, unless they suddenly get very funny, and I'm not terribly interested in seeing where the paladin quests go. I don't know. Wait, there was a whole quest line about Dark Knights in Final Fantasy III? I know there was a funny cave where you had to use Dark Knights or else the enemies were annoying because they would divide infinitely. Just imagine if they'd taken us by surprise. What a fine ending that would have been to our story. Yeah, there was that cave. Anyway, I think it's safe to assume that the people at the tower know how to defend themselves. You'd have to, sharing an island with these things. Now all we need to do is convince them to help us. I guess kind of a summary of like the Dark Knight questline in this game. First of all, it is written by the person who would later go on to write Shadowbringers and Endwalker, and did a few other quest lines, and she is regarded as maybe like the best writer for this game. Secondly, Dark Knight starts when you basically find a dead body. Well, you find someone who's like, wow, there was a person with a greatsword going apeshit, and you're like, okay. And you go find their dead body, and you touch the jobstone, and then you like black out, and you wake up and they're alive, and they're like, hey, wanna be a Dark Knight? And that's not suspicious at all. It's fine. And then you go beat up the cops a bit, because they're like super zealous temple knights who prey on like anyone they can in society, really, the less fortunate and whatnot. This mysterious new friend seems to really hate the temple knights. As the questline goes on, it becomes apparent that the mysterious new friend knows more than they probably should about what you've done and your adventures. And it turns out that eventually they don't actually really exist necessarily, like in the physical realm. This is not a very good summary, because this makes it sound less good than it is, I would say. But basically, Frey, the running in a figure 8, thank you very much. Basically, Frey, who is the Dark Knight friend, turns out to be a manifestation of all of your repressed frustrations and whatnot with all the bullshit you've been through in the story up until that point. And you basically have to like duel yourself and overcome your inner darkness and whatnot. And also Dark Knights are powered by like the powers of love and justice, despite the darkness. Like they wield the darkness for good and whatnot. That's not a very compelling summary, but I assure you that it's much better than I made it sound. I don't really remember what's going on in the 50 to 60 Dark Knight quests. There's a guy, there's a young girl that the guy is protecting. Question mark. I don't remember. I also don't know much about Kane's bonus dungeons in the FF4 remakes. I just think, I will say, related to Kane, I think it would be very funny if you could become a Holy Dragoon in this game. And Final Fantasy IV After Years is very funny, parentheses, also it's bad. How long do the footprints last? They fade slowly, in a way that almost makes you not notice they're disappearing. I think it'd be really funny if these corpses just stayed here forever. My current headcanon with regards to the Dark Knight questline, whether or not Sucro actually ends up being a Dark Knight more, my current headcanon is that the Dark Knight questline was all a dream that she had, or at least she thinks so. My other headcanon is that if Sucro was a Dark Knight, you may notice, if I switch to Dark Knight, my sword, which is an augmented Ironworks Magitech Claymore, I guess, is glamored to look like the great Shin Zentetsuken. This is Odin's sword, or more accurately, Raiden's sword, I suppose, from a place that I am probably not ever going to be able to show on stream because it's a very complex location. My headcanon for Sucro is that she knows a lot about Arcanima, so like her headcanon, my headcanon for her starting class was basically like Arcanist, I suppose. And rather than being a Dark Knight necessarily, my idea is that this sword is Odin Igai, basically. Like, she's figured out how to summon Odin, and Odin is the sword, or it's heavily implied that Odin is the sword in this game. Excuse me. I feel like a lot of the Dark Knight powers feel very FF14 Odin flavor. And also, like, there's a lot of sigils and stuff on them. And you could theoretically pretend that this is Arcanima. Tonberry is swinging that knife. Like, these patterns here, Arcanima is basically arcane geometries, so, you know, it works. Dark Knight's pretty neat. They have probably the most difficult to use invincibility cooldown as well, I would say. I'm really interested in seeing if I like Dark Knight enough to actually play as that more. I do like Gunbreaker. I'm wondering if eventually Gunbreaker will feel like too many buttons or something. Dark Knight is, I think, the second most buttons of a tank in terms of like button presses per minute. I think Dark Knight has a very busy burst window, and Gunbreaker is overall busy. And then Warrior is the least busy, and Paladin is a little less busy than Dark Knight. Dark Knight is a tank, as a tank sort of makes sense thematically with what the story quests establish. Because you're using the powers to protect people from injustice. Also, I think I said all of these things at some point, but I like reiterating points, apparently. Does this actually just kill me? Living dead. Do I just fall over and die if I don't... I don't actually know how Living Dead works. No, it just gets wasted. Okay, that's fair. I think it used to kill you. Or it kills you if you don't get to full HP after the other part? Yeah. And yeah, Dark Knight's always been a glass cannon, and in some ways they sort of are, because they do play with their life a lot, or at least with that Living Dead effect. But eventually, when they decided to make tanks like more similar to one another in a lot of ways, I feel like Dark Knight used to have HP spending attacks and they don't now, but I might be entirely misremembering that. Anyway, I really like the idea of Odin Igai, Sucro. So I'm really interested to try more of Dark Knight, honestly. I've gotten extremely distracted from the main story. Gunbreaker being a tank is also kind of interesting, by the way, because Gunbreaker is thoroughly based on Final Fantasy VIII and Squall. And I don't know if Squall was particularly a tank. That would be very interesting. I feel like there is an open niche in the video games market for games that work more like Guild Wars 1. I also feel like this is the case for games that work more like Phantasy Star Online 1. People want games like those, and modern MMO and multiplayer video game design has strayed so far away from those. And yet, with modern video game design ideas, you could take those and add a lot of quality of life and like modern improvements and keep the same general idea, and it'd be great. But nobody is doing this. There should be a deployable soapbox minion that you can stand on, like how there's a deployable cushion. This is my opinions. Anyway. Why isn't there a soapbox minion? That's genius. I'm a genius. Damn, I must be a genius. By the way, Gunbreaker has Demon Fang. Anyway, so that's the way of it. Is there an enemy nearby? Surely there is. I'm not done getting distracted yet. Bye, Alize. Sucro does canonically have ADHD. This is fine. So do I, canonically. Look, this is just Demon Fang, right? Tales of Knowers. This is just Demon Fang, right? Any Tales of Knowers in chat? Let me tell you a fun secret, Knight. And it's that there are private servers for City of Heroes that function pretty well. And seem to not be hindered by any legal troubles. And I could even stream City of Heroes if I wanted to. Interesting. Oh, there's a settlement here, and they've even got their own aetheryte. Did I already attune to that? I got so distracted. Yeah, Homecoming, that's the name of it. I've played on Homecoming. I've actually considered streaming City of Heroes Homecoming before, I think. I think that could be fun. Wait a minute, I've seen that standard before. It was when we met with Tansui, which means this place belongs to... Oh. That's right, it's more pirates. There's no mistaking that design. It has to be them. It would seem we found a Confederate settlement, mayhap even their headquarters, judging by the size of the place. So Gosetsu bade us seek out the Confederacy for aid and succor, the self-same Confederacy that refuses to openly oppose the Empire. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. At the very least, they're unlikely to ask us for the tithe. You know, I suppose, potentially, that one of the benefits of the streaming format is that you can just get distracted and talk with your audience for a while, and it's fine, and it's fun. And that's not a bad thing. That's kind of part of the point of streaming, is to communicate with the viewers, right? An open dialogue between the ones streaming the video game and the ones watching that other one stream the video game. You know, is that what an open dialogue even means? I don't know how to speak. This should make things easier. Oh hey, it's Tansui again. Look who I found. Hey, I'm also technically a YouTube Let's Player sometimes, and I also just sort of ramble there as well sometimes, so you know. Two sides of the same coin, and the coin won't stop talking. What wind brings you hither of all places? Were you not bound for Authard shores? Explaining recent events. I see. I trust you've not forgotten our previous conversation on the subject. No? Then what do you want, a second opinion? Well, very well. Come with me. I'll take you to the captain, Rasho. Well, I'm glad that it's fun to hear me chat about stuff. I kinda just want my stream to be a cozy, comfortable, fun atmosphere. Maintenance will be performed on all worlds from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. PST. And I'm glad that people think I'm great or good. Thank you. There's 2 more hours before there's maintenance for this game, by the way. Just like that, an audience with their leader? How very accommodating. We must needs choose our words carefully. You leave it to me. I've always been good with people. And this will also give me a chance to use the Eastern greeting they showed me in Revenant's Toll. Oh hey, it was relevant. That's actually pretty funny. God, I wish. Please update the real world. What version number do you suppose the real world is at right now? Do you think it's even out of beta? Are we stuck in an eternal beta? Probably. This is my new theory. My game theory about real life. Where am I going? Why am I going? Over here. And because I need to talk to someone. Please patch real life and add cat girls. Thank you. Also, yeah, fix all the bugs. But mostly add cat girls, question mark? Make Fantasia real. Please. Anyway. Oh no, I've revealed my strong opinions about how the world needs catgirls. Now I will be agreed with, probably. Anyway. There he is, our illustrious leader. Speak, no need to be shy. It's more accurate to say that Robin wants to be similar to Sucro in real life. Probably. It's never this simple, not with pirates, and if they're anything like Carvalane, then may the gods have mercy on us all. On second thought, maybe I shouldn't be the one to do this. And then she did it anyway. Bow. Greetings, you must be Rasho, leader of the Confederacy, and so on. I realize this is all a bit sudden, but the thing is, we have a little favor to ask. Lisa's so out of her element. Oh gods, I've probably broken half a dozen rules of Far Eastern etiquette already. Well, I'm sorry about that, but you have to understand that we're in a hurry, so I'm going to stop talking now. Also bowing. Men who revere manners and tradition can be found all the world over, but not here. Your candor is appreciated. Speak your heart. Oh, thank the gods, says Lisa immediately, probably. Sucro speaks her heart. It says, Empire bad, kill? Empire being very mean, destroy? Gosetsu, a former leader of the rebellion. Aye, I know of him. Why he bade you petition us for aid and succor, however, I know not. Nod. At the risk of repeating myself, to join the Confederacy is to renounce all other ties. We are beholden to none, allied with none. When Doma was invaded by the Empire 25 years ago, we did not rush to her defense. Knowing this, do you honestly expect us to help you drive the Imperial forces out of Isari? The Garleans have long maintained a presence in this region, and we would be fools to break the peace, fragile as it is. Besides, you're capable warriors, yes? With guile and preparation, you can surely resolve this matter yourselves. It is imperative that our presence here remains secret for as long as possible. For us to openly engage the Imperials at this time would endanger everything we've come here to achieve. You've told us why you cannot fight, not why we should fight in your stead. If you would speak to me of lives saved, I would speak to you of slaughter. How many will die when all pretense is lost and the Garleans declare war on the Confederacy? Hate is a luxury we cannot afford. You are free to come and go as you please, but you will receive no further aid. Thank you for your hospitality, if you'd excuse us. All ties that bind a man must be renounced without exception if he's to find a place here. Former lovers and bitter enemies alike must learn to bury their past and work side by side, or else be cast out. No matter how deep a man's hatreds may run, he cannot let them dictate his actions. The good of the Confederacy takes precedence over all. The captain's word is final. Can't say I didn't warn you. Funny snake. I wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm not. Hey, Sucro. I know that didn't go well, but I'm not prepared to give up on them yet. Yosetsu told us to come here for a reason. He must have believed we could convince them to help us. We just have to work out how. My thoughts exactly. I'm glad to hear we're of the same mind. I'm glad we share the same brain cell. It's little wonder they refuse. We've done naught to persuade them. The real work begins now. Okay, Alize has more than one brain cell. She just sometimes forgets about it. We need to learn more about the Confederacy, what their needs and weaknesses are. Once we know that, we'll know how to earn their trust. Ow. That sounds painful. I should stop doing that. Anyway. I did a tune, right? Yes, I did. It is time once again to be right back. Please enjoy the Sucro Facts. I still need to think of new ones. Hello, I have returned. Ah, you have noticed the crystal icon. Yes, channel points are now crystals, and the icon was unearthed from an ancient temple, by which I mean I googled royalty-free crystal image and then heavily modified it. Hello. Even if it weren't royalty-free, I don't think anyone would notice. See also all of the icons in the channel point redeems that are literally from something. Time to look at weapons. The arms and armor have been piled up haphazardly. They display no signs of recent use or maintenance. Alright, I know exactly how to persuade the Confederacy to join us. I'm gonna sprint up to the captain and say, "Hey, your weapons suck, LMAO," and then like pose in anticipation of a high five from no one. And maybe that will endear them to me. Endear me to them? Maybe that will insert language here that makes sense. Good work, yes. Maybe someone will be endeared to someone. It may be a terrible plan, that's true. Oh no, a broken pottery shards. That was also great English. Hey, you suck at stacking crates, Raffle. Not even organized well. A number of crates and barrels have been stored here. By which you mean 2 crates and no barrels. I see. On closer inspection, however, most are empty. This pot are sick. Yes, correct. What if I show them my cool motorcycle tricks? Which is really just one trick, but I can do it in 2 different directions? What if I show them my one cool motorcycle trick? What's going on over here? Oh, these are people who didn't pay the monies. By the way, bird. Am I supposed to be investigating over here? Yes. Ah, of course. Taking an interest in the ship? Good eye. She's not much to look at now, but once upon a time she was a beauty. The Confederacy favors flotillas of smaller ships to capture and board errant vessels. The larger ones, like this Sekibune, only take part in major engagements. Not that we've had any of those recently, what with those Imperial bastards throwing their weight around. If it wasn't for them, well, no use moaning about what you can't change, eh? I think that all motorcycles that exist in the world would either be produced by Garlemald, Garland Ironworks, or, in the case of this very specific motorcycle, the now defunct Strife Delivery Service, which is not mentioned anywhere else. But it does use a ceruleum engine, so it is likely that this is also Garlean, actually. So I guess I have some idea of where Sucro got her motorcycle, even if she won't tell me. Motorcycles are probably pretty uncommon. There are, in terms of the actual video game, there are 2 mounts that are motorcycles. Sid is, in fact, the leader, as it were, of Garland Ironworks, and also someone who defected from the Empire. Yep. That's a pretty funny implication. Also, this motorcycle costs like $25 or something, real money. But it goes faster in like... It starts out with a bonus to mount speed that you have to get through other means for other vehicles, and it's the only mount that actually has this bonus, I think. So it really benefits you if you have not been to an area yet and you're going through areas for the first time. But once you get flight, everything flies at the same speed, I think. It's just a nice little bonus, and also I thought it'd be neat for Sucro to have a motorcycle. Anyway. Also, I felt like spending money, I guess. I don't know. Had a good look around, then we just need to wait for lease. Somehow, Sucro on a motorcycle feels not incorrect. Possibly correct? Sorry to keep you waiting, but I wanted to talk to as many people as I could. Just as Tansui said, they have no intention of standing up to Yatsuyu. I don't know if you two got a different impression. Under the right circumstances, they might help us, or I think the situation is coming to a head. It seems like my impression was mostly that they have no supplies. Under the right circumstances, they might help us. I agree, it's obvious they are struggling to survive, and that they blame the Imperials for their recent troubles. Even if we do nothing, it's inevitable that they will come into conflict with the Empire sooner or later, and deep down they all know it. The only thing holding them back at the moment is the belief that they lack the strength to survive the coming war. So we need to prove to them that we're not all talk, that we can be valuable allies in the fight. And what better way to demonstrate our worth than by seeking out people with mundane problems and offering them our expert assistance? Wouldn't be the first time we've had to earn someone's trust by helping them out with this and that, and you know it won't be the last. I'll look around the western end of Onokoro. You two take the east. Good luck. Very self-aware portion of the video game. Here's some random stuff that's going to clog your inventory. You learn the emote Eastern Vow. My inventory is desperate for management right now, a little bit. Robin, remember to sell things that can't be turned in for Grand Company seals and you're not using them challenge. Difficulty impossible. Robin, have the energy to bother sorting your inventory in great detail. Difficulty impossible. Kami, take me. What kind of pirate cannot suffer the sway of the ocean? A new recruit from far-flung shores? Listen well, I have a task for you. Go first to Alcumo below and receive of him medicine from men of the earth. Then to Quickscape Pier and the hapless Doman bemoaning his wretched fate. Quickly. And yeah, I didn't mention it, but just being able to get around a little bit faster is nice. And also, motorcycles are neat, I guess. Came at the behest of Afumi for medicine. My very best is yours for the taking. How pitiful the lot of this Doman unable to stomach the sea. A true Confederate could raid a dozen ships while in his cups. Mayhap this one should return whence he came. Maybe they're just not used to the ocean yet. Come on. I know you're pirates, but still. Oh, this is a different thing. You strike me as a strong and capable individual. I have a job for you, Westerner, if you're courageous as well. On the beach far to the west lies the carcass of a Gyuki, feathered with arrows. I would have you go and retrieve those which may still be of use. While you're about it, I should be glad if you were to butcher its tail for meat. Very good meat in Gyuki tails, you know. But I did say you'd need to be a courageous sort, and I meant it. The beast was young. Do not be surprised if an angry mother mourns its child. That's fine. Sucro's good at murder, I guess. And what do you want over here? You there, hi you. Have you seen a bumbling clod of an Aura? A new recruit I ordered to patrol the northern edge of Onokoro. He's late in returning. Strange boy he was, quiet and brooding, reluctant to speak unless spoken to first. Better than a fool who never holds his tongue, perhaps. Much as I would enjoy dragging him back by the ear, I cannot. Duty compels me to remain. You, on the other hand, have no such obligations. Wait, do Aura have ears that are visible? Isn't there some lore about how they hear with their horns or something? What's your question? I don't think Aura have ears unless their horns are their ears. How much crow could Sucro sue if Sucro could Sucro? I don't think she has any reason to seek legal action against any birds at the moment. So probably, like, none? I mean, maybe she could, but she wouldn't. I don't know if that's the same question. Metaphorical ears, eh? I feel like I swear I've heard somewhere that they hear with their horns. Somehow. Ear fins? Well, maybe that's what I've been calling horns, I don't know. Oh yeah, I think I vaguely know what you mean. You cast about for the Confederate recruit, but see no one matching his description. I should probably know the answers to this, considering that I played as an Aura for a non-insignificant amount of time. I like Aura. But nothing can replace Sucro ever again, and so, Sucro is my character in this game for the rest of time, probably. I do have 3 Fantasias, and I could Fantasia into a Lalafell for one stream and then say nothing about it as a bit, but also I would immediately feel terrible for not being Sucro, probably. Sucro is important. And she's a cat. Did you know this? Have you heard? Also, I keep getting distracted a little bit by the fact that, like, at a glance, it kind of looks like the lantern that the wind-up Tonberry has is like a baseball or something instead. Like, especially from this kind of angle where you can sort of see 2 lines on a white orb. This looks like baseball. A little bit. Just a little bit, though. If you, like, don't notice the parts surrounding it. Like the handle. A young Auri man lurking behind rocks to the west. Who are you? You do not look like a woman of the Confederacy. I'm a cat. Forgive me, 'twas but yesterday we bid farewell to one of our own, and I worried that she might have lost her way. We laid her to rest in a boat and pushed her out to the current, till the current claimed it. For the sea is our home, now and ever after. But those sent thither with burdened hearts may drift back to shore, it said. Out of concern for her comrades, she strove to earn far more than her keep. She hunted rare and deadly game in treacherous waters and lost her life for it. But my vigil is ended. Her vessel has not returned to Onokoro. She has made peace with this life and placed her faith in us to live on. This guy seems like a nice fellow. The motorcycle does not leave any tracks in the sand whatsoever, despite the footprints technology. Oops, I drove my motorcycle into the ocean by accident. You'd be surprised how easy it is to accidentally drive your motorcycle into the ocean. Happens all the time, I heard. Anti-tracking technology, perhaps. Why does it shift and shudder still? Medicines, give them here. They may look down on me for resorting to such measures, but I do ought to render the world stable and motionless once more. You are kind, as is Ifumi. You may tell her that I will return to my duties as soon as I'm able. Anti-tracking technology, and yet emits a lot of smoke. I feel like the motorcycle should have one of the, the special mount actions that just generates a huge cloud of smoke. I think I said this before already. I'm just constantly thinking about generating a huge cloud of smoke and then being found completely dead on the pavement afterwards. It's really easy to forget what I've said before, and also to feel like I've said things before when I may or may not have. I don't remember what I said 5 minutes ago, probably. So what of my recruit? Did you find him napping on the beach or some such? Actually, he was mourning like a deceased person. What, all this time he was standing watch for the funerary vessel? Huh. So rarely does he give voice to his thoughts, I had no idea our comrade's death had affected him so. Too quick was I to judge him. It's good that you went in my stead, else I might have misspoken and made a fool of myself. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. Please accept this 102,000 experience that I had on hand. In a physical format that I was able to hand over. And also some gil. You know, I feel like the amount of gil you get as quest rewards around here could be used to give some supplies, perhaps, that the Confederacy seems to be in need of. However, it's a gameplay abstraction, and I shouldn't worry about it. The Doman was raised in the mountains of his homeland. The first time he saw the sea was after he fled his homeland and came to us. He tosses and turns in his sleep, and when he takes to the water, it's not long before he can no longer stand. But he will grow accustomed to this life. He's hardly the first, after all. The captain, too, was once of Doma, though he cast all aside 25 years ago when the Imperials took his lands and the lives of his parents and brothers. Perhaps you too will renounce your ties and join us someday. I mistook you for a recruit before, but I know your tale now. Kansui unfold it all. Think on my offer, Westerner. You may find small joys in the land, but the sea holds salvation. The sea is pretty cool. Sucro would never touch NFTs or Bitcoin. Do not slander Sucro with such an idea. I mean that jokingly. I'm not actually, angry or anything. But also, Sucro would never touch Bitcoin. For the record, my stance on cryptocurrency is that it's terrible. I think I established this previously, but to make it extremely clear. Oh, I didn't even notice the tonberry standing on the table. What did the walruses think of my cool trick? Oh no, they're mad. Okay, that's also fair. You can't physically touch a Bitcoin because they're not real and they don't mean anything. They are fake. Fun fact about cryptocurrency is that it's fake. Interacting. Wow, that was more than just the tail, I think. It is currently imploding as we speak, probably, but it's taking a while to do so, and while it exists, it's actively harmful in various ways, so... Not to suddenly, like, turn the stream into a Bitcoin discussion or whatever. I can't say I'm particularly knowledgeable on the subject. And I probably don't really want to discuss it. I just know it's bad. You've been away for some time, perhaps in search of a young Gyuki corpse? Indeed, here's arrows and meat. Sucra's pretty good, I think. I see I did not misjudge you. Thank you for your help. Would that I could have tended to my own kill, but such is life. A pity the meat is not as delicious as it is nutritious. Under normal circumstances, we would not bother hunting Gyuki as game, but as you may have heard, these are not normal circumstances. Arrows too must be reused when possible. A prudent measure become necessary, alas. With every passing day, our fortune grows more uncertain. But this day we shall have full bellies, and in that we must take solace. And wayward travelers need not risk the ire of vengeful Gyuki by wandering near my neglected kill. Shrug. A strange sigh passes your lips. Have I said something odd? No matter. Thank you again for your aid. Sucro, get money. I guess. Hooray. Just one money. Actually, it was more than that, but still. You've been busy, haven't you? And now you're here to ask if I need help with anything? Now that you mention it. Lately, we've had trouble with ravenous sharks that have been leaping out of the water and making off with our fish. Damnedest thing, I know, but you wouldn't doubt it if you saw it. I already saw flying sharks. We've got a cold of thieving bastards regularly, so it happens I sent 3 of my mates out there before you came along. Still, the more the merrier. If you can kill 2 or so, that ought to be enough. Take a view of those rotting fish as bait. I'll not be needing them. Oh, and maybe see if you can't find the other group. They've been away longer than I like. Ah, I see. These are the details of how money works. Sucro, take fish. The putrid smell of this fish should draw any nearby sharks out of hiding. That's a surprisingly straightforward description. Oh no, it's an aggressive shark. Distinct from a non-aggressive shark. Despite the fact that all sharks in this region attack you on sight. I don't get to show off continuation because everything dies too fast to my awesome cool power that I have. Sucro is simply too cool to get to use all of her cool moves. What a shame. it is. There's the entire Gnashing Fang combo part of continuation. Gunbreaker likes to press button many times. Cause lots of explosion. Wait, what's over here? Oh, right, I have to find the people. That's why I'm going over here. Seems like they might be in danger. Oh, Kami be praised. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. My partners and I got separated when we fled. You haven't seen them, have you? Shake head. Damn, before the Kojin started chasing us, their leader asked us if we were Doman. They're Yatsuyu's catchers, I know it. First Isari and now this. I've got to tell Rasho and the others. Yeah, that makes sense. The Imperial people are trying to claim that any Confederacy people that they find are Doman or whatever in order to apprehend them. To continue not being outright directly definitely at war with them, but also to try and get rid of them. I guess. Also, hey, I guess that gives us a convenient reason for the Confederacy to fight the Empire. So that's... sucks for the Empire because eventually they will probably die and lose and fall over. We've been keeping busy. How about... Oh no, you've got that look. What happened now? Ah, there you are, Sucro. I heard you went shark hunting. We too did our fair share of beast culling, though I think Lise made a stronger impression when she bested a drunken pirate in a sparring match. Fastest knockout to date, I'm told. I should like to think we've proven ourselves to be rather... Why do I get the feeling you have something important to tell me? The Imperials are attacking the Confederacy already. Kojin mercenaries rounding up Doman Confederates? Surely Yatsuyu has crossed the line now. We must go and speak with Rasho immediately. Even he cannot deny that this changes everything. At least I should like to think he cannot. We simply have to persuade them with that and also the argument that that inevitably they will have to fight the Empire anyway, so why not do it right now? Because that argument was mentioned earlier and I think it's probably relevant. Let's get this over with, shall we? Also, cool flag, by the way.
Our most compassionate acquaintances return. For your deeds, we owe you many thanks. But something tells me our thanks are not sufficient. The strange thing is, I was certain you understood our position. And yet here you are with that same look in your eyes, and those same words upon your lips, I'll wager.
I speak only the truth. The Confederacy will not be spared Yatsuyu's wrath. You have always known this, that one day you would have no choice but to stand up to the Empire. I say to you that day is today, and come once more to ask that you join us in the fight.
How convenient that recent events should lend such credence to your claims. Tell me, do death and destruction always follow in your wake?
Unfortunately, yes.
They had no part in it, Tansui. You know this. We all know this.
But also death and destruction do kind of do that.
They came and took our Doman brothers. They will torture them for her sport. Murder them for her satisfaction. So we attack and get butchered for our trouble, or do naught and let them have their pound of flesh. If this be our choice, I say we suffer the ignominy. We endure. We survive. There is no better path. Until the day our enemy is grown weaker and we stronger, there can be no retribution. We will wait for a sign. Such is the judgment of the Confederacy.
What about a cat? With a gun that's also a sword. Who's
So
very
that's it then.
cool.
You're just going to abandon them to her. They'd die for you, you know, for the Confederacy. They would die for you, but you wouldn't even think to risk your lives for theirs.
I have one last idea, if you will allow. I'm afraid it's not very good as ideas go. It's exceedingly reckless, in fact, and you may well come to despise me for ever having suggested it. Assuming we survive, that is.
Sounds like a great plan. What is it?
Question being, do you trust me?
It'd be really funny if there was a... Do you even need to ask or ask me again later? I was going to say it'd be really funny if there was a funny choice here. And there is a funny choice here. Ask me again later is a very funny response to do you trust me? But I feel like do you even need to ask is the appropriate response that Sucro would probably give. Even though ask me again later is very funny. Of course I trust Alice.
We can't stand by and let innocent people suffer, here or anywhere else. I'll do whatever it takes.
Then let us roll the dice.
Okay.
If it's a sign you want, we shall give you one. One rousing enough to make you drive every Garlean out of Isari without a second thought. You are wary of invoking the ire of the Imperial forces stationed in Doma, correct? Know then that once we have rescued our comrade and freed Isari, we mean to liberate the nation as a whole. You will doubtless require assurances that we are capable of achieving this, and that is only fair. Accordingly, we shall demonstrate our seriousness by depriving the Garleans of a key ally, the Kojin.
What, the three of you, just like that?
Yes. Did you know my gun is also a sword?
Actually, my esteemed colleague here will attend to it on her own. But the how of it is not your concern, only the outcome.
Are you betting that they're summoning a primal, or are you just betting that I have a gun that's also a sword and I'm good at murder? Or like defeat, as it were. Not necessarily murder, just winning combat.
If we succeed, you help us liberate Isari. If we fail, you lose nothing. A simple enough wager, if you have the stones for it.
The little miss does make it hard to refuse, does she not?
The triumphant theme music is playing and everything. Come on, guys.
Words are air. We will weigh you by your deeds.
Group nod in sync. As in, the nod was synchronized, not as in the band in sync. This is not a sponsored stream. Does NSYNC even exist still? Probably not, right? Imagine a stream being sponsored by the band NSYNC for some reason. That'd be weird. Bold claims and even bolder promises. I should be interested to see if you can live up to them. I almost have no idea what that means, but I slightly have an idea what that means. I think. Thank you for placing your faith in me. All that remains is to carry out our promise, ambitious as it is. So, alone you will deal with the Kojin. If you're set upon this course, I shall give you a word of advice. Two factions have the Kojin. The mercenaries who serve the Empire belong to the Red. Those who belong to the Blue are the traitors. They have made no pact with the Imperials, and so may be willing to aid your cause. Seek the Blue on the Isle of Becco. There you will find a cave. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Captain. We shall endeavor not to keep you waiting over long for your sign. Right then, let us head for... Wait, where is Lise? We cannot leave without her. I see another ether current quest. I'm going to respectfully take the stairs down. I'm respecting gravity so that they don't have to hear the crunch of landing damage. Oh, bad lip reading is still around. Well, something that I considered to be an older something is still around, I guess. I actually have no idea how old bad lip reading is. What's up, Lise? Huh? Sucro? What is it? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to wander off. I just wanted to have a think. You're worried we won't be able to live up to our promises. No, it's not that at all. If anything, I'm frustrated that I didn't think of it first. Okay. Ida and my father had a way with words. They knew how to inspire people, how to bring them together. I always hoped I might have something of that in me too, but I'm starting to think I don't. What am I even doing here? Punching? Lise, you... Gods, listen to me. I don't know where that came from. Forget I said anything. We have places to go, Imperials to fight, and friends to save. And we're not going to get any of it done by standing around here moaning, right? Right? Before we first traveled to Garabanya, I was in Limsa Lominsa visiting a friend. A young child who'd been through a great deal. That's neither here nor there, I suppose. Anyway, on the way back, I passed a patisserie, which... Is that how you say that? Patisserie? Which sold some of the most exquisite-looking tarts I'd ever seen. I've always preferred cookies, to be honest, but nevertheless I decided to stop and try one. I'll treat you to one when this is all over. Sucro, too, and I won't take no for an answer. Heck yeah. What about Yashtola? We'd never hear the end of it. Nod. Alright. Yashtola too once she's better. Deal? Good. Then let's hurry, shall we? We have a million things to do before then. To be fair to your statement of local revolutionary goes on trip to Japan, becomes introspective, helps start a war. We went to Fantasy Japan with the intent of starting a war. That was always the plan. Hello! We're starting a war. We're working on it anyway. This quest had a picture, so it might be, like, vaguely important. But also, it's an ether current quest, so it's not particularly important. Maybe. But I'll take that quest for later. The dungeon went well. I had a few friends to assist. Both of them might still be here, or at least one of them is still here. I was told that I did a good job at tanking. Yep, they're both here. Shoutouts to them. Karma and La Zodiac, aka Aya, aka Ayato. In this game, anyway. Hecking around with some Draculas. Heck yeah. Wait, am I going the wrong way? No, I'm going the correct way. But yeah, I was told I did a good job at tanking. I'm still relatively new to tanking, but I feel like I've already sort of gotten the hang of it, like, pretty decently. I should be fair to myself and admit that I'm pretty alright at video games. Probably. I think I actually like all of the tanks. I was talking about this earlier. But there's a non-zero chance I will end up switching to a different tank at some point. And I might consider showing some streams and stuff. Thank you, I appreciate it. Wait, what did I just say? I might consider showing some of the quests for other tanks and streams is what I was trying to say, if I didn't say that. You ever immediately forget what you said? Like, instantaneously. Because I sure did. Anyway. We are sitting at the... I will likely not stream World of Tanks, no. But that is a pretty funny idea. We were sitting at the level 56 Dark Knight quest, which I haven't ever done, and I did like the rest of that quest line so far on stream. I was thinking about switching to Dark Knight, or like, at some point to try them more. I think there's definitely like skill and learning and optimization in different parts to tanking compared to some other stuff. You can be a bad tank as well. You need to learn to use your cooldowns, for example. You need to remember to eat food, because you get food buff. What? Huh? What? A random Lalafell sage just cast Eucrasian Prognosis on me and, like, sped away at light speed. Okay, I have no idea who that was, but I appreciate the drive-by sage, I guess. Red, blue... Wait, didn't Soroban say something about this before? Yes. I think this is the Isle of Beko, though to be honest, it looks the same to me as however many other islands around here. Rasho said there was a cave that would lead us to their village. We should search further inland. That's probably true. The most difficult part about tanking is the anxiety of feeling like you are the leader, and you are expected to know what you're doing. For me, anyway. Gameplay-wise, not as difficult, exactly. I don't think it would be entirely correct to say that tanking is an easy role for a number of reasons. Partly because of the, like, anxiety component. Partly because different things are easier for different people. But I think I've managed to figure it out well enough. That's also kind of true. How much further do you think it is? I almost just, like, ran off the edge. But yeah, I might end up switching around between the tanks. I mentioned earlier I have a level 90 in every other category at this point, which is going to be relevant. I say every other category, but I mean every other combat category. I do not in crafting or gathering. Hello, Alize. Oh, there's a cutscene here. I have entered the cutscene zone.
Is that light I see up ahead?
Again, it feels kind of straightforward to me, but I would argue that different people are good at different things, so it might not feel straightforward to everyone. I just hesitate to say things are easy or simple in general, because yeah, good response to this area, actually. That gasp. This is very cool.
We appear to be standing inside a giant bubble. By the 12. I think we're on the seabed.
But yeah, like, my main point is simply that things are difficult for, or easy for different people. So I hesitate to say state anything's difficulty straightforwardly as if it were like an objective truth. Not that I'm saying you're stating all of these things as objective fact, especially now that you're saying it is subjective, so. Just my little ramble. I mentioned earlier also that there should be a minion that's a deployable soapbox you can stand on, like how there's the deployable cushion.
Well, I thought I heard familiar voices.
I'm gonna stand by this idea as being brilliant. Where's the soapbox minion? Maybe it's difficult to give it like a hitbox for that, so you stand on it. I don't know. Maybe that would let you cheat
Soroban,
in a jump quest
what are you
somewhere.
doing here?
This is where Soroban lives, probably.
What a curious question. I live here.
Yeah, exactly.
Then this is the home of the Blue Kojin.
Just so. I bid you welcome to Tamamizu.
Tamamizu is a really cool location. One thing I will say definitely about Stormblood, I have found the pacing to be a little bit slow so far, but all of the areas in Stormblood are really pretty and neat and fun to explore and run around in. Yeah, a lot of the DPS classes or jobs, I always say class by default. A lot of the GPS jobs are pretty complicated. Some of them definitely click with me more than others, which you can partly see based on my decisions of what to level up. Though I leveled up Summoner mostly as a Scholar. And, technically, if Gunbreaker is the class I get the job, I get to 90 for tank, I will have spent the least possible amount of effort getting a class job of every category to 90, which is funny to me. I think I mentioned that before as well. But, Dancer really clicks with me as someone who struggles with a lot of the other DPS, though I also like Machinist. In terms of the melee ones, Reaper is pretty alright to me. Summoner is definitely fine. If you're looking for DPS that are potentially less complicated, or at the very least complicated or like differently complicated, Dancer feels pretty different. Black Mage definitely feels pretty different and has a different sort of difficulty with the game. And Summoner is, a lot of people regard that as being one of the easier ones now in its newer form. I'm sure you probably know all of that, but still. I think Dragoon is somewhat straightforward from what I remember, and so on. Black Mage is a fascinating job that I am not particularly good at, because the difficulty with Black Mage is its like positioning and knowing when to do stuff, not its rotation. It's almost in a way like, from the way it's described at least, it feels like Black Mages are playing a different game in some instances. Also, there's maintenance in less than 1 hour now. I've been streaming for 5 hours, I guess. Well. Oops. Pleased though I am to see you again, I am confused. Were you not bound for Arthard? Of course, Soroban said he was a Kojin of the Blue, didn't he? I specifically have a Sucro fact that says anything related to Reaper is not canon for Sucro. Because, the Voitzen aspect is a little bit... It doesn't feel correct for her. My best explanation otherwise is to discard that and say that it's illusions that she's conjuring or something. But that doesn't really work as well for me as some of my other like headcanon ideas, like Sucra's a Dark Knight and her sword is Odin Igai, which I think is pretty cool still. I mentioned that earlier as well. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot and then pointing out that I'm repeating myself a lot. But the nature of streams is that not everyone is there to see the whole thing all the time as well, so I guess it makes sense. Also, I am rambling a lot today, but that's probably okay. How fortunate that we should find a familiar face in this place. We should tell Soroban about our situation. If anyone here can help us, it's him. I guess that's probably true. Hello, Soroban. What's up? So tell me, my friends, what strange tides bear you to our home? A lot of stuff is going on. Empire's bad. That is indeed a most dire predicament, but perhaps an opportunity for us to craft yet another profitable arrangement. Very well, I shall introduce you to our leader, Bunchin. It will be up to you, however, to present your case. Bunchin, I think is probably how you say that. The center of the village lies further below. I still have so many questions, but they will have to wait. The Elder awaits. Should we bow when we meet the Elder? I know it's the sort of thing they usually do in the Far East, but does that extend to turtle people living under the sea? Oh, why must diplomacy be so complicated? Why can't you punch diplomacy to make it work? Okay, sometimes you can, but like, not usually. Don't forget to attune to the Aetheryte. Don't forget to say hello to the funny little manta ray friends. Hello, funny little manta ray friends. She is adorable. Yes, she is. One day this little girl is going to be the savior of these seas. I 100% believe that. Genuinely. You don't want to go back there. But why not? Oh hey, it's the drive-by sage from earlier. Aha, revenge! Ah, no! I got! Good exchange, though.
Welcome, guests. Gratitude to you for aiding Soroban in his negotiations.
Yeah, I'm guessing the rest of the Dark Knight quests that I haven't seen yet are pretty good still. I'm a little over halfway through the 50 to 60 ones. That would be very funny if we just kept running into this one particular sage.
We thank you for your hospitality, honored elder. Pray forgive me my brevity, but I wish to discuss an urgent matter.
Nod. And by I wish to discuss an urgent matter, I will defer to Sucro to explain it.
So, you seek to compel our Red Brothers to forego hostilities for a time.
I guess so? I thought we were going to do violence, but I guess that would also result in foregoing hostilities.
That's right. We know your two clans have your differences, but what with you being brothers and all, we thought you might be able to share some secret knowledge or something?
Lisa's trying so much.
From far above, you have journeyed here in search of our wisdom. You shall have it.
I think it's very good like characterization that we're in a party of like Sucro, Lise, and Alize. Because Alize thinks she's not really a diplomat, but she's still good at it. And Lise is really trying, but she's not good at it. Lise is good at punch. Alize did not put all of her points into diplomacy like Alphino did, but still put more of them than she remembered she put in there. You know when you distribute your stat points and you forget where you put them?
All creation is a tapestry, through which the divine is interwoven. Kami are legion, and they can be found in the great and the small. Though they come and go as they please, they favor certain vessels. The ancient, the precious, the exquisite. We Kojin covet these vessels, these treasures. We go forth and bring them home to keep them safe and bask in their divinity. They bring prosperity and joy to us and our children. Yet, how are we to seek these treasures above if we made enemies of the Garlean Empire, powerful and far-reaching as they are?
Well, the Empire doesn't have submarines. Wait, I don't think we know what submarines are. The Empire doesn't have super cool boats that can go underwater? Probably? That's probably an advantage that you have.
Wiser to join with them. So resolved the Red Kojin.
Cautiously and carefully, for the Garleans are blind to the divine, nor will they suffer their subjects to see.
Oh, right. There are submersibles. I forgot about that because I was never in a large enough free company to have that feature unlocked.
So the Red masquerade as mercenaries who seek money and power and never speak of their faith in the presence of their masters. To honor the divine, they deny it. A twisted and misguided path.
Aye. Kami will not abide such foolishness. This they shall learn to their sorrow. While our Red brothers live by the sword, we Blue Kojin uphold the old ways, engaging in trade and valuing peace. Alas, men distinguish not between our clans, and judgment for the doings of the Red falls unjustly upon the Blue. Thus do men grow more and more reluctant to deal with us, denying us our treasures. This cannot continue.
Yeah, the raids are really good. Everything about the Kojin is really good, I think.
On that point, we are in agreement. You are willing to aid our cause, then?
There is a way that the Red may be driven to retreat into their shells. But to share with you this knowledge is to reveal secrets of the divine. Assurances must first be had, trust forged, a bargain struck.
Understandable.
Well said, Elder. In great crises is great profit to be had.
Delight not overmuch in such things, Soroban. Now, tell our guests what must be done.
As you wish.
Well, I've no idea what we've gotten ourselves into, but so far so good, right?
Probably yes. Shrug. May this bargain be the first of many between our peoples. The thousand gods found within the great and the small, rather different from Eorzea and her 12, but I've heard of stranger things. In some lands, for instance, men refuse to acknowledge the existence of all but a single god. Alizé stares directly into the camera, I guess. Whatever we've got to do, we'll do it, right? I mean, what other choice do we have? Listen well, my friends. We require your assistance with the search for a priceless treasure, the Yasekani no Magatama. This jewel, the most sacred of Kojin relics, was in the possession of Hingashi until they decided to present it to the Garleans in a gesture of conciliation. That's a good question. I wonder. The Red would not abide this, and so they plotted to seize the vessel bearing it to their imperial masters. Alas, though they succeeded, in the ensuing chaos, the Magatama was lost to the sea. We wish to recover the sacred jewel before our brothers. However, were we to come into conflict with them, it would be problematic. Therefore, we turn to you. So you want us to search the ocean floor for this treasure of yours? I'm not sure how we're supposed to do that with, you know... Drowning? Fear not, there is a ritual I can perform to imbue your bodies with a powerful blessing. But first you must prepare offerings for the sea. I require twisted ruby coral, several fist-sized sea snail shells, and a freshly harvested unkyu carapace. That's quite the shopping list. I will see to the shells and Lise can look for the coral. Sucro, would you go find an unkyu and relieve it of its carapace? Nod. I think it's funny also that even though Lise is probably the least diplomatic of the trio, they still assign the violence tasks to Sucro. I guess because Sucro is just that good at violence. I'm not sure how canon that part is. I guess it probably kind of has to be. While the Ascians do have a god, they also frequently acknowledge the other gods, so I'm not sure if that counts. And there's like a number of people who like focus on one god while acknowledging other gods within a pantheon or within the world in some other way. So, I don't know. I don't know if there is a one god land in, Hydaelyn, I guess, is what they refer to the entire world as. They also acknowledge Hydaelyn. That wasn't exactly a crab, but don't worry, there's plenty of giant enemy crabs. And yep, that's true. I wouldn't consider that really being like a spoiler or anything because we are right here. But this is actually extremely important for a variety of reasons. Well, have you the Unkyu carapace? Perhaps one day we will live in a world in which poor Unkyu need not be slaughtered for Kojin rituals, but today is not that day, is what it says. How splendid they are! The kami shall be most pleased, I am sure. I got it! I got the ruby coral you wanted. And I, the sea snail shells. They're about the size of my fist, though I realize now you may have meant yours. These shall more than suffice for our purpose. Next, we must make ready to present them to the sea and perform the ritual. Yep. Once it's been completed, you will be able to move freely through the depths and find the Yasakani no Magatama. Out of curiosity, how large is this sacred jewel of yours? Unless it's far too large to be carried by the three of us, how exactly are we to even find it? The Ruby Sea is not exactly small. How are we supposed to even find it? I mean, yeah, this is really important in like the domino effects kind of way. I didn't realize that's what you were referring to. But it's also just extremely helpful to be able to breathe underwater. Surely you realize we've been searching this whole time. The area we wish you to explore is but a small fraction of the Ruby Sea. Already we have scoured most of the seabed near and within our territory to no avail. All that remains is a region to the west. Doma more like dominoes? Are you telling me Miku Hatsune is going to show up in this game as well? Or Hatsune Miku, if you prefer? Just like Chicory. Wow. The Showless of Sui no Sato can provide you with better guidance than we. You would do well to visit them first. I get what you're getting at. Yeah. Shellless? You mean the Kojin aren't the only ones living under the sea? Of course not. The Ryan have been here as long as I can remember. Shiosai, the Overseer, I believe, can tell you more when you arrive. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. We've yet to carry out the ritual. No, it's still Hatsune Miku. Hatsune Miku is capable of existing in all realms. Hatsune Miku is an immutable entity. Oh yeah, the triangles 3D are there. Miku is a planeswalker. I really like that sentence. Quite how this blessing is supposed to keep us from drowning remains to be seen. Okay, I guess we didn't technically know we're going to learn to breathe underwater yet, so I guess that was kind of a spoiler. I don't know. I can hardly wait. Are you ready, my friends, to explore a world unlike any you've ever known? Then let us go to the western part of the village where the water twists and turns and there complete our preparations for the ritual. That is also correct. Hatsune Miku is a universal constant. What color is Miku in Magic the Gathering? I assume you mean Magic the Gathering wise because of the Planeswalker statement. My instinct is colorless. I'm not a Magic the Gathering knower, but a Vocaloid is kind of like a robot. Right? So I think there might be an argument for colorless Miku. Miku is an artifact creature is very funny as a sentence as well. This is the place, right? I'm not sure I like the look of that whirlpool. Oh, right. DJs are known. And yeah, that's also true. Miku is usually adapted to suit a situation rather than having like a set definitive personality, as far as I'm aware. Given her nature as like starring in a variety of music videos covering a variety of subjects, singing a variety of songs. I'm not sure if you could define Miku's personality as a character. I'm not sure. Default Miku is also a kind of a funny word, or sentence, phrase thing. He dove into the water a moment ago and said to wait here until he returned. Miku has a very complicated special mechanic where she can change forms, probably.
Your offerings have been given to the sea. The ritual can begin at last. Come and stand before me, my friends.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Listen to my words, and let all else wash away. Listen to my words, and feel them flow into your heart. At first a trickle, then a flood.
Okay, I don't know anything about like Magic the Gathering balance or anything, but what if Miku... What a freaking phrase that is. But what if Miku was like colorless, but gained the color of other creatures on your side of the board, I guess? Field? Like, if more than one creature on your side is like red, then Miku gains red. And it has to be specifically like more than one or something. Is like Miku is context sensitive, I guess. That's also a weird thing to call a person, isn't it? Miku's ability is based on context or something. It wouldn't really do much, but it would be cool. Perhaps there could be a secondary mechanic that made it do something. I don't know. Again, I don't know a lot about Magic the Gathering. Not like mechanically speaking. Anyway, time to meditate.
O Kami of the fathomless waters of the fallen, the ascended, the flowing, and the becalmed, caretakers of the shallows and of the depths. Receive of us our meager offerings, cleanse these ones of earth and stone, and grant them your blessing, that they might drink deep of the divine.
Oh, I see. But also...
The ritual is complete, my friends. You may now breathe in the depths as you would upon land.
This is important and cool.
Strange. I don't feel any different. Are you sure it worked?
It's really easy to find out if it worked. We can just walk over into the ocean.
Reasonably. The blessing does have its limits, of course. While it will allow you to dwell in the depths, it will not help you traverse them.
I forgot about the Oxy Ale. Isn't that from the first Final Fantasy
I can
and not
swim well
4?
enough. How about you, Alize?
Oh, like a fish, in contrast to my doggy paddling brother.
What was with the dramatic zoom in there?
Somehow, the boy just isn't very buoyant.
Alize, did you just a pun? Did you just do a pun? I was talking earlier about how Alize would hate puns, but I think I'm reversing my stance.
Skilled or no, your bodies are ill-suited to the sea. Your cause demands alacrity, and you shall have it. But first, let us take to the water.
I guess she is gloating a bit. That's also true. There she goes. Whoop. Alize is great. In a variety of ways. Like, she's just a great character in a variety of ways, is what I mean. She has a variety of personality traits and so on that are great, is all I'm trying to say.
Incredible. I could swear I was breathing air.
Also, we echo now, I guess. Alize ups the sass quotient of the Scions pretty good. Alize is like a good foil to her brother, which is also a pun because she has a rapier. Oh yeah, Sucro's also been echoing since the start of the game. That's also a good point and pun. Oh, I hope that the deep water in this game does not cause too much unpleasantness for you.
Now I shall summon for you noble steeds of great strength.
Is it gonna be real bad? It's not gonna be as bad as Subnautica, that's probably true. Oh. Okay, fair. I don't remember an upcoming part of the game.
Wow, look at them. I bet they could take us all the way to the deepest depths of the sea.
And so they may. After we've won over the Confederacy, rescued Kosetsu, and liberated your respective homelands.
Alizé's talking about the dominoes.
Should you become parted from your steeds, return to me, and I shall call them again. Take care, my friends, and may the Kami speed you on your way.
We'll find that treasure in no time. Come on!
Emotes look a little funny underwater, by the way. Interesting how, like, not to just, like, dismiss anyone's fears as interesting, but, like, I kind of have a fear of a lot of insects or insect-adjacent things, spiders and whatnot. Diving unlocked. Owing to Soroban's blessing, you may now dive into deep water and stay submerged indefinitely. Underwater settlements like Tamamizu and Suinosato can be accessed via circular portals. To leave deep water, you need only swim towards the surface. Conversely, to dive into deep water while swimming on the surface, press A. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with Soroban and Tamamizu to mount a striped ray. But, like, I have a fear of insects and whatnot, to some degree, and yet, like, video game bugs and bug-like creatures don't typically bother me. So it's interesting, I guess, to see that, like, if you're unsettled or afraid of deep water, it's easier for a video game version of that to affect you. I guess I hadn't really thought about that. Again, I don't mean to dismiss anyone's fears or phobias as merely being interesting. Just an observation. Perhaps some things are easier to mimic in virtual space than others. There are special emotes such as water flip. Anyway, here we are underwater. It's kind of like flying around, but with a different filter, or like a filter on it. This is a funny prank. They give you a vista right here that you probably cannot interact with right now. Unable to execute command while mounted. Yup. I am not gonna leave the manta ray. I guess the other underwater settlement is just here. There's also that screen transition for exiting underwater into a location. I don't know if maybe that screen transition might be bothersome to someone. I'll admit I had my doubts, but this is a blessing worthy of the name. One cannot help wondering what other magics the Kojin possess. This must be Suinosato, the Rhine village Soroban told us about. Right then, let's see if they can't help us find the Kojin's missing jewel. Yeah, I remember that one. One of the few optional dungeons that is like, you may now perform underwater emotes. One of the few optional dungeons that is like, not at max level. Okay, there's no ether right here. Yep, that dungeon is optional. I think I will cover it. I think maybe I will try out... I might try out covering optional dungeons, at least some of them. Because I think this dungeon might be worth showing. We'll have to keep in mind the warning about the deep seas later. Because, also there's maintenance in less than half an hour. So regardless of my personal feelings on the matter, I think it might be time to call it. Also, this has been like 5.5 hours of streaming. Almost. So, not to just simply suddenly teleport away, which is exactly what I did. But, yeah, might have to be enough for now. Oh, neat. That's probably worse than what I have. Friday, I guess, is likely to be this again, as per the schedule. I may find a time to do like a little bonus Splatfest stream or something. Or I may arbitrarily decide on Friday that I'd rather do Splatfest than Final Fantasy, but that seems unlikely. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for all your viewership and your support and whatnot. If you would like to support me in other ways, such as money, I guess, there are links arrayed below the stream, which you can peruse at your leisure, should you wish to. No, Sucro, sleep on the bed, not right next to it. There you go. And, yeah. Feel free to follow if you haven't already. Spread the word, that's also very helpful. And, yeah. Thank you all for watching. We got a lot done today, though I feel like the pace of Stormblood still feels a little bit slow. At the same time, we did a lot, realistically speaking. Next time I might be a different tank, who knows, we'll find out together. And, yeah. Have a good night, and a good rest of the day, depending on your location. I will see you Friday, for probably this.